Hello, everyone. It's the drinker here. How's it going? I just thought I'd start this chat right now because I'm just waiting for Bowlestrek to get set up and ready. And I thought, fuck it, I'm not going to keep you guys waiting any longer. So, hail to chat, and thanks to everyone who's tuning in this evening. Hopefully, we'll give you a lovely show, and we're going to talk about one of our favorite Star Trek movies. But for now, it's just me, so I'm going to do my best to keep you entertained while we wait for Bowlestrek to join us. Yeah, people are saying they like the Avatar. That's getting into the Halloween spirit here. You got to do it. Plus, I've not been keeping up with my skincare regime, and this is what I end up looking like. Well, it looks like it's coming through loud and clear anyway, so that's all good. Oh, and here we go. I've got Bowlestrek that's just signed in, so I'm going to bring him in as well. All right, give me a second while I set this up. Hello, Mr. Bowlestrek. How's it going this evening, sir?
Yellow, dude. How are things?
Excellent, man. Excellent. It's good to be talking with you again. Man, it's, I just realized the other day, it's been like 6 months or something since I've done a live stream with you, and I thought, that is unacceptable. It's been far too long. I know that real life has a way of getting in the way at times, and I know you've been kind of busy during the whole beer bug thing, but it's good to have you back, man.
Awesome. Great to speak with you, man. And yeah, the last time we spoke, the world hadn't gone to hell yet.
Yeah. Well, it's really made up for that in the past few months.
Cool. So yeah, how are things? And hello, watching people, viewers. I'm Bowlestrek. I yell at things, and it's fun.
It is indeed. Hopefully tonight we'll do a little bit less yelling, and we'll be able to talk about something that we like. So that should be a nice little change of pace for us.
And I never do that either.
I know, yeah. You've got the opportunity because I guess there's Star Trek, or there's Doctor Who episodes that you really like, or whole seasons probably. You've always got the opportunity to do some positive stuff if you feel like it, but it's always a bit more therapeutic to yell about stuff.
I think I made a positive video a year and a half ago. Okay, here's my promise to you, drinker. Before Christmas, I'm going to do a positive video.
There you go.
Okay. It'll be, I don't know, I'll do it about puppies or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
I like chocolate biscuits. They're delightful. There you go.
No, actually, right before I came on, I was working on my review of the season premiere of Discovery, and that is not going to be a happy video. It's going to be a more sarcastic video. Dude, man, you got to review the season premiere. You actually have to see it to believe it.
I might do it. It was something I've been thinking about because I've been way out of Discovery for a long time, so I have no idea what's happening. It would be like when I come into Doctor Who, when I did the occasional episode, having no fucking clue of what was happening or what the context was, but it's I'll just judge the episode on its own merits or lack of.
Actually, you don't even need to know what's going on because the people behind it have no idea what's going on. But just pick it up with the season premiere, and honestly, man, it has to be seen to be believed. And that's all I'll say because this is going to be a happy stream. At least I like Star Trek 3.
Yeah, man. Well, that's a good start anyway. Yeah, I mean, I was honestly the part of the reason that we were a bit late kicking off tonight is because I was literally just watching the end of it there. I finished like a couple of minutes before I set all this up, so it really was a last minute thing. But I'm glad I watched it all the way through again because I really wanted to refresh my memory and come at this fresh. And man, it's just a damn fun movie. I know it kind of gets a lot of stick as one of the lesser of the Star Trek movies, and
I guess I'll touch on that in a minute.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I know it's seen as kind of a bit of a workman-like sequel to Wrath of Khan, which was probably the highlight of Star Trek for most people. But I really think it's got a lot of merits to it in its own right. It's got some great, fantastic individual scenes, and I think the overall story that ties it together is a really good one.
I discount the view that the odd-numbered movies are the bad Star Trek movies. This actually might be my favorite Star Trek movie. And I didn't need to rewatch it because I think I've watched this film at least once a year since I was 6. When I was a kid, I don't know if you remember my dad had a habit of picking failed formats, Betamax, I talked about, of HD DVD. But I don't know if anybody here remembers the RCA video discs, Select-Division. They were the cartridges that were like the record version of video. So my dad had that format. I had Star Trek 3. I wore out that disc. I practically had that movie memorized. I think the film kind of has a disadvantage given that it's sandwiched in between Star Trek 2 and Star Trek 4. I will admit that Star Trek 2 is the best of the Star Trek movies. I think it's not only one of the best science fiction movies ever made, but I think one of the best movies, period, ever made. But my personal favorite is Star Trek 3. And I know as we go through the stream, we'll break this down step by step. But I have a number of arguments towards why I think this is a movie and why, in my own view, I actually prefer it to Star Trek 2. And there are elements of this movie that they've tried repeating in later Star Trek films, which failed terribly. For instance, blowing up the Enterprise 2 other times, trying to recreate the shock factor of this film. But I think it has a lot of heart. I think more so than anything, this movie really shows the camaraderie between the original Enterprise team, because you have the triad of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, but here you have all 7 of them willing to give up everything for a friend. I think also one thing that I have to say specifically about the first 3 Star Trek movies is they really humanize the character of Captain Kirk. Because in the TV series, which I also know pretty much from memory, I wore out some of my VHS tapes back in the day. It might be a surprise, but I was a super nerd when I was a kid. But in the classic series, Kirk was largely portrayed as this larger life, often infallible, heroic character. What the movies do, and I think very creatively, is they humanize Captain Kirk. In Star Trek, the motion picture, you have Kirk. By this point, he's been promoted. He's not happy with his desk job. He's jealous of Decker, and he wants his old life back. In Star Trek 2, we're looking at an older Kirk. It's not said in the script, but I'm pretty sure it's meant to be his 50th birthday, although in the 23rd century, 50 might be 70. But here's an old man regretting his old age. Really, in Star Trek 2, at the beginning, he's a broken man. But then we see the humanity rebuild in Kirk throughout 2 and 3. And in Star Trek 3, my God, the guy is put through the ringer. And I would also discount the fact that there's this view that Shatner is a bad actor. Shatner is not a bad actor. He has a very specific style, but I think possibly his best performance overall is in Star Trek 3. So that's my brief summary. So I love this film. I think the fact that the odd-numbered movies are the worst is BS. Now, 1 is, I don't like 1. 5, I look forward to seeing your stream on 5. Let's just put it that way. It's got a few issues. 7 was crap, but I'm going to tie some of the things they tried doing in that movie to Star Trek 3 when we get into the stream. Insurrection was a mediocre episode at best, and Nemesis was the worst thing Star Trek ever crapped out. And it was an even-numbered movie. And then I don't count the Kurtzman-verse movies as Star Trek, but I'm going to draw another comparison later on.
Yeah, I think, going through some of the things you've said there, I'm kind of in agreement about a lot of it. I think a lot of this whole like curse of the odd-numbered Trek movies, a lot of it stemmed from 5, which, I think we'd all agree it's a pretty poor Star Trek movie. I think it had some grand ideas, but they didn't have the budget, and I think they had a lot of conflicts behind the scenes in trying to make it into a reality, and it didn't come through. The special effects were crap. Shatner was given too much free reign creatively, and it kind of fell apart as a result. One, like the motion picture, I don't mind it. I just think it stems from a very different creative outlook. And it was very much Gene Roddenberry's baby. He was given a huge budget. You've got all these big, lavish special effects shots that go on forever, and it's very slow paced and very thoughtful. And it's like an original season or original series episode that's just been blown up into a feature film. And as a result, it didn't really grab people. And I think they recognized very quickly, okay, there may still be some mileage in the Star Trek brand, but we can't do movies like this. It has to be more immediate. It has to be more visceral and kind of not action-packed, but it has to be really character-driven. It has to grab people. And that's how they ended up with Wrath of Khan. And that obviously got them on the right track. And they followed up with this. And it begins that trilogy that really defined the original series movies, where you've got Wrath of Khan, then Search for Spock, and then Voyage Home. They all kind of follow directly on from each other. It's very much a kind of complete story that you get with that. And then they kind of move on from there. In terms of, the TNG movies, I don't particularly rate any of them, but Generations was such a wasted opportunity. It was such a shame. First Contact, fine. It was a good sci-fi action movie, I suppose. Didn't particularly feel like a TNG movie. And then, Insurrection was just boring. And Nemesis was just a bit of a train wreck.
Man, you need to bring me on when you do Nemesis. I have so much to say about that pile of ass.
I'll get there one day. Yeah, I'm going to be doing Voyage Home with Anna, cool. Because she was quite keen to talk about that. So that should be an interesting one, because it's a funny one. Like, although I recognize that it was a good movie, it's not one of my favorites. I don't particularly like it as a Star Trek movie because it's so different from everything else. I know that's just me, but I kind of recognize objectively it's a pretty well put together film. But you're exactly right about what you were saying about these movies really humanize Kirk, and they show him as a very flawed man. Like as you say, like he's kind of jealous and selfish in the motion picture. He wants to get command of the Enterprise back, and that kind of idea is carried on in Wrath of Khan. It's the same thing. He's an admiral. He's very much a middle-aged man now. He's kind of dissatisfied with his desk job, and he wants to be 20 years younger, and he wants to be out there having adventures again, and he can't realistically do it. And he's trying to find a way to find meaning in his life. And so Wrath of Khan was about him rediscovering his sense of purpose, whereas Search for Spock is very much about taking things away from him. It's about how much he's willing to sacrifice to get his friend back. And it's very much a theme throughout this movie. He loses his ship. He loses his son. He gives up his career within Starfleet. All of those things he gives up to get for that slim chance of being able to get Spock back. And I think that's what makes it such an awesome story, and such a great kind of Kirk arc, that he's willing to go through all of this. I mean, obviously we'll talk about it a bit more as we go.
Yeah.
And as always, for the guys in chat, I'll keep an eye on chat, and we will obviously do all the super chats more towards the end, so we don't have to keep stopping every time a new one comes in, and we can just talk about the movie a bit more as we go. So yeah, if it's cool with you, man, I guess we can just kind of work our way through the movie and kind of talk about how it works and what we like.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
I'm going to refill my glass here. I've got a nice bottle of Jura on the go, so it's a good way to do this.
I have coffee.
Okay. Yeah, I imagine it's much earlier in the day for you.
Late afternoon here, so yeah. Although coffee is kind of what gets me going, so it's my one addiction and my remaining vice. So I drink a pot a day. I haven't had a heart attack yet, so that's good. But I think while you're doing that, one thing that you notice as well, sort of with the timing of when these movies came out, where Kirk really is dealing with the question of getting older. And I think that also reflected probably the feelings of a lot of Star Trek fans that grew up with the original series. Uh, Star Trek was most popular with college and university aged people until they moved it to Fridays at 10 in the final season, and then nobody watched it. But then we're looking at, 15 or so years after the original series. So a lot of Star Trek's fan base was also, they weren't 50 at the time. These were boomers, so they would have been in their 30s at the time. But there is that question of getting older. There's also the question of having friends and loved ones pass away, which I think is also a theme that we see in Star Trek 2, which is brought out into this one. And I think the one elephant in the room that can't be avoided with this movie is it's also a major retcon as well. And feelings are mixed on that. Leonard Nimoy had wanted out of Star Trek at the end of Star Trek 2, but then Star Trek 2 had done so well that he decided he wanted to come back and he wanted to direct the thing. And I think he did a spectacular job. And I think with Nimoy's 2 movies, I think there's a big comparison between his 2 movies and the one disaster that Shatner directed, which definitely shows the difference in approach and the difference in personalities as well between the two.
Oh yes, very much so. I can't imagine how it must have been on set with him directing Shatner for the first time. I do know, because I'm probably going to forget this later, so I just want to throw it in now, that he made Shatner wear clothes that were not like, they're not layered up. Like at one point, he's the kind of main outfit he wears throughout the movie. It's kind of like a close-fitting shirt with like a tunic on top.
Yeah.
And he designed that especially so that Shatner would have to keep the weight off while he was filming, because he was probably used to wearing, the big sort of thick uniforms that you can, they hide a lot of sins, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And Nimoy was like, "Nah, you're not getting away with that this time, Bill. You're gonna stay in shape for this one, you son of a bitch." And that's what he forced him to do.
And it's funny that the two of them had such a tumultuous relationship as well, going back to the story behind the original series is almost as interesting as the show itself, especially given that Nimoy was essentially inebriated through most of it. But yeah, and Shatner and Nimoy would go through periods where they would hate each other's guts. They wouldn't speak to each other. Then they'd be friends again. I'm not even sure what state their relationship was in during Star Trek 3, if they were actually friendly during the time or not. But knowing William Shatner, and I love William Shatner, but knowing the man's ego, it must have been difficult being directed by Leonard Nimoy, because he always saw himself in competition with Nimoy, going back again to the original series, because Spock was the most recognizable character. Everybody knew who Spock was, but they didn't necessarily know who Captain Kirk was. Although the one odd thing at the beginning of the movie is seeing the opening credits and not seeing Leonard Nimoy's name, seeing it go from William Shatner to DeForest Kelley. That still strikes me as just odd and out of place until now. Although, had they put Nimoy's name in there, then that probably would have been a spoiler.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think the reason Shatner even got the directing gig on 5 was because he had negotiated I think he called it a favored nations clause within their contracts. So whatever one of them got, the other also got.
Yeah.
It applied to wages and stuff, and it also applied to directing duties. So the way he saw it, Nimoy had got 3 and 4, and it was time for him to do 1. And he kind of pushed for that to happen. The problem was they didn't really have a solid idea of what they wanted to do, because by that point they'd gotten out of that trilogy of movies where there was a continuous story, and it was like you've got free reign to do anything now. You're not hampered by a backstory particularly. So that is kind of where they were. I think they'd repaired their friendship by that point. I think by the time you got into the movies, they were on much better terms. I'm trying to remember, because I did read Shatner's autobiography about the movies, and I think making Wrath of Khan had been a really positive experience for all of them. And that was one of the reasons that, Nimoy agreed to come back. It was like, oh, okay, motion picture was kind of a grind, but Wrath of Khan, it was all a pretty smooth production. We got along well. There was lots of good ideas, and it resulted in a really good movie.
Yep.
And so, yeah, that was why he was prepared to come back and do this. And the fact that they sweetened the deal with a directing job probably appealed to him even more. So, yeah, fair enough. I think as well, Gary and I were talking about this when we talked about Undiscovered Country. That was another good movie that did a great job of humanizing Kirk. Again, by that point in his career, he's not even a middle-aged man that's got the kind of angst of growing older. Now he just is old by that point, and he's kind of past his prime, and he's become very bigoted and inflexible in his ways of thinking, not without justification, but he's really ill prepared for the situation that he finds himself in. And so that movie is about Kirk, I guess, learning to accept that you don't just have to be lumbered with the things that you've dealt with your whole life. You can change your outlook and your perception of people, and that's what that movie kind of taught him. But it was a slow process for him. And so, yeah, again, it does a great job of humanizing him and portraying him as, a competent, intelligent man with flaws, understandable flaws. And that was back when movies actually, put a bit of work into that sort of thing, kids. Believe it or not, characters used to be intelligent.
Well, yeah, it's even a little off topic, but the point of Star Trek VI, you would never see that topic tackled that way in current year. It just wouldn't happen. It's obviously it's based around the collapse of the Soviet Union, but it does show both sides. It does tackle bigotry, but it shows why Kirk has his own bigotry, but then how he's able to overcome that. But I think another thing that's worth mentioning in the way movies are made in current year, well, nothing's being made now, so we'll talk 2019. There's this view in Hollywood that the bigger the budget, the better the movie is. The first three Star Trek movies disprove that, because Star Trek the motion picture had a massive budget. So that fundamentally was the problem with that movie, where rather than, you could cut it down to maybe an hour and it would be a decent story, but it just slogs on way too long. With Star Trek 2 and 3, you have a significantly diminished budget. So especially with Star Trek 2, you didn't have the budget for these effects. So you had to concentrate on story. And they brought in a brilliant director, Nick Meyer, who didn't know anything about Star Trek at the time, but went and watched every episode and narrowed in on the Wrath of Khan as the direction he wanted to go. And we see that as well with Star Trek 3, where slightly higher budget than the Wrath of Khan, but still nowhere near the motion picture. So you have a smaller budget, but two films that in every way are superior to the first. So no, folks, you don't need massive CGI. You don't need a big budget to make a good movie. You just need a good story and people that actually care about what they're doing. And you can see that in 2 and 3, where everybody, both in front of and behind the scenes, loves what they're doing. They're having a great time. Their hearts are in it. And I think that's part of it as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the other thing that I've brought up a couple of times when we've done streams like this is the very fact that you're dealing with these older characters. They've got such history behind them, and they've got such, I guess, the baggage that comes with getting older, but it makes them so much more interesting and multi-layered because they've been through so much and you've gotten to know them over time. As a result, they're so much more interesting than these characters that you get now, where like everyone's at like 25 years old and they look beautiful, but like they're not particularly interesting because they're trying to lump everything in all at the same time. And it's just, there's something to be said for taking that time to build characters up and let you get to know them and then put them through things. And it's almost like that's kind of a lost art because they need to make money right away. We need to make $1 billion on our first movie or it's a failure.
Yeah, and you compare the way they portrayed Kirk, and really the whole crew as older characters compared to, within Star Trek, look at what modern year did to Captain Picard. That's how they age characters now. They're playing completely different characters. But what I like about these films is, even though they're older, even though they've changed, they're still very recognizable as the characters they were back in the original series. And Kirk, in many ways comes into this as a broken man at the beginning of Star Trek 2, but there's still that heroic nature behind the character, and we see that in Star Trek 3. Again, there's the question of how much would you sacrifice for somebody that you cared about, and in the 23rd century way, these 7 characters, especially the main 3, they are family. We know, obviously, Sulu had a daughter, but essentially these are family. Kirk and Spock, and really McCoy, they're more than friends. Their relationship is similar to brothers.
Yes.
And this is where we see the heroism of Captain Kirk, because what he loved most was being a captain. He hated being an admiral, but what he did with his actions throughout this movie, i.e. mutiny and stealing the Enterprise, had the events of Star Trek 4 not happened, they would have, all 7 of them, well, 6, would have ended up in a penal colony. So Kirk was willing to sacrifice everything that he cared about for this character. And that's where Star Trek 3, you have the arc where you've got Kirk rebuilt as the heroic character.
Yes. And I guess that's what we can get into now if we start, I guess, going through the movie. I'm just kind of conscious, actually. We've this is such an interesting kind of topic for both of us, Star Trek in general, and how all the movies fit together, that, we could probably just do an entire stream just generally bouncing back and forth between that. But
I could do 10 streams on this, because there's so many, for points of analysis, there's so many different ways of looking at this movie, and I think that's why it holds up. That's why Star Trek is Star Trek, because it does make you think. Star Wars had always been, I hate the word, but we'll use the word romp. But Star Trek, at least until 2005, had always been a show that makes you think. And philosophically, there are so many different ways you can look at this movie, but we don't have 10 hours and 10 streams. So yeah, I guess I'll try and summarize my thoughts a little bit.
Cool. The movie kind of kicks off by reintroducing us to Kirk and the Enterprise. They are limping their way back to space dock after the events of Wrath of Khan. Obviously, the ship's taken a beating, but they've done their best to patch it up. And the place, as Kirk mentions, because he's given a little bit of a captain's log, a lot of the crew have gone off on other assignments. His son David and Savick have both been assigned to study the newly formed Genesis planet. So they are gone. Spock is obviously dead. And as he says himself, the Enterprise feels like a house where all the children have grown up and left. And it's kind of empty for him. And he's very much grieving the death of his friend. And he's still very subdued as a result of that. There's even a point where, he's about to leave the bridge, and I think one of the crewmen asks him if they're going to have a ceremony or something like that as they arrive back at space dock, and Kirk's asking him, do you want a hero's welcome? Is that what you're expecting? And he sort of reflects that, so many people have given their lives so that they could survive. They should have something to mark it. And it's funny because I actually thought Kirk was going to lose his shit with that guy the first time I saw it. It's the sort of question that would push some people over the edge. Like, I can't believe you're thinking about getting a commendation for something like this. We barely made it out alive, and my best friend's dead. Yeah.
It's, also that I like the way they did the traditional captain's log at the beginning, and that was actually done on purpose when Harv Bennett was writing the movie. He wanted to write it in a way where, say, if somebody hadn't seen Star Trek 2, but obviously this is a continuation, how can they summarize it? And obviously they do the death scene at the beginning. But the whole captain's log at the beginning was done as a way of summarizing the sort of the events in an encapsulated way. But also you hear the almost depression in Kirk's tone. And also one thing that I think was quite fitting in this, and also kind of eerie, is obviously brought over from Star Trek 2, but they do Space: The Final Frontier. But in this case, it's Leonard Nimoy doing it. So there's that eerie introduction as well. And the movie just starts on such a down note. And also you have the scenes where the Enterprise is coming in and it's had the crap kicked out of it in Star Trek 2. But that's metaphorical as well, because like the crew, the Enterprise is old. The Enterprise is past their time. They want to retire the Enterprise, and I think this hits Kirk as well, because that ship was everything to him, but he's feeling old, and then he's being told, well, your ship is also old.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the damage to the outside of it. It looks even worse than it did in Wrath of Khan. I don't know if they added more to
it. They actually did. The damage is the same, but they contrasted a little bit more. And also, you notice the lighting in the bridge, especially at the beginning. It's a lot lighter than it was in Star Trek II, and that was done on purpose as well to highlight the damage to the bridge. So it's the same damage, but they wanted to accentuate it, saying this ship is going nowhere. Although it's there are issues with the time frame, which we won't go into too much here. But the Enterprise wasn't 20 years old. The Enterprise was closer to 45 or 50 years old, which that's always bugged me a little bit. But I just gloss over it.
Yeah, because for a ship, even in the present day, like the U.S. Navy or whatever, like 20 years old isn't old for a warship. Like the big nuclear carriers. Yeah, like the nuclear carriers and stuff, which I guess is the equivalent of a starship now. Like they go 50 years easily before they need to be retired.
And the ship wasn't even its actual age either, because it had a complete refit, which in the timeline takes place 15 years before, because there's a 15-year difference between Star Trek, the motion picture, and Star Trek II. That's where the numerical issue comes in. They just count the 5-year mission. They apparently forgot about the years Pike was in charge, and Robert April before him. But yeah, it's yeah.
You know what I like though? If you look kind of closely at the model as it flies by, it's like you can see where they've welded over like new hull plates to patch the damage up. Just little details like that. Like it's obviously been kind of crudely welded just to like patch it up so they can get back to space dock. But I like that they thought to put that in. It's quite cool.
Great effects, and this is 1984 as well. These are all practical effects, but the effects in this film across the board hold up today. They're absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, I love the fact that they. Yeah, I mean, I just love. I've said this before. Like, I love seeing miniatures. Like, I mean, I say miniatures, but the model I think they used was about 30 feet long, so it was huge, and they had to lift it up on a crane and stuff. But it just looks great when it's it glides by all kind of majestic, and it looks really like graceful and kind of solid. So much better than the CGI crap that you get.
Well, I want that model. It could have my entire backyard. I'd build it a house.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's kind of the Enterprise's situation. And I think, Kirk excuses himself from the bridge, and like as soon as he's in the turbo lift, he kind of he doesn't break down in tears, but you can see he's just he's having to put on an act for the crew, as a commander would, and he's still very much cut up over Spock. And I think then the scene sort of switches to a freighter that's out in the middle of nowhere, and it's been charted by a Klingon spy who's delivering the information on the Genesis device from the previous movie. She delivers it to the antagonist of the movie. I don't think the movie actually ever gives his name, but it's Krug or something, isn't it?
Oh no, it's Krug or Doc Brown.
Yeah,
I can't help. And this was the year before Back to the Future. But after seeing Back to the Future, I can't see Krug without seeing Doc Brown.
Yeah, and it's so weird to see him in this role. Apparently, they were going to use Edward James Olmos, which would have been mental. But they were concerned that he wasn't tall enough, so he wouldn't be very menacing, because like Shatner would have been a few inches taller than him, so their fight would have been a bit shit. Yeah. And I think then he had scheduling problems and stuff, so they brought in Christopher Lloyd instead. But I'll say it, he does a good job. He's definitely not memorable in the way that Khan was, and the character is not as well fleshed out. But like Christopher Lloyd himself does good acting as Krug.
And he is freaking devious. We get that view right at the beginning when you've looked at it. Yes, we did. Oh crap, we're dead. And like she's just so accepting of it. She's like, okay, we're dead. Well, yeah, I guess you're up against a bird of prey, so you're dead. And then you feel bad for her co-pilots. Wait, what happens? When do I get paid off? I'm like,
Yeah.
soon, Captain. Quite soon. Yeah.
And then they just blow the shit out of that freighter. He couldn't have just beamed her on board the bird of prey or something. He had to just murder her. But I guess so. They don't take no shit, those Klingons.
Well, they are more brutal here than they were in the Next Generation years. I think they toned them down a bit because you don't really have scenes of people being disintegrated in the bridge. But yeah, it's just the guy's just such an asshole. But it's kind of endearing in a way, and I love his dog.
Yeah, that is some dog.
I feel so bad for the dog when it's killed. I'm like,
I know, yeah.
Dog. I'm like, it's an emotional scene. I'm like, yeah, you poor bastard.
Well, there's one bit where he storms off the bridge and he says to one of his crewmates, "Feed him." And this thing's just like snarling and growling away at him, and this poor guy's just looking at it like, "Oh fuck, I'm gonna lose some fingers here." I love how Krug's also a total asshole later in the movie, where they're doing like a prisoner exchange on the planet's surface, and he agrees to beam up the crew of the Enterprise up to the Klingon bird of prey, and Kirk's like, "Oh, you should take the Vulcan too," and he's like, "No, I'm not going to do that," and Kirk's like, "Why?" And he just goes, "Because you want me to."
I love that scene.
Just to be a dick.
Well, I think that's why I think there is some it's very, very dark, but I like the way that they lighten up this movie with comedy, and I think the absurdity of the freighter exploding scene. It's like it's dark as hell, but it's also twistedly comedic, maybe in a horror movie kind of way. And then the dog scene. Well, we'll call him Skeletor the puppy.
Yeah, he's quite some animal. But it gives the Klingons a chance to get up to speed on what the Genesis device is. And they get to use that awesome CGI that they used in the first movie, where you get to see the Genesis planet being formed and all that sort of thing. But it's interesting how they react to it because, Krug wants his opinions of his crew, his two senior officers, and one of them is very much the warlike one who's like, we could turn this into a weapon and we can use this to dominate the galaxy, and the other one is like, wow, it's pretty impressive that you can make entire planets out of nothing. Obviously seeing it a little bit more scientifically, and Krug's like, nah, fuck off, I've got no time for you, get back to your post. And he's like, yeah, I just want the other guy who just wants to talk about war and stuff.
Well, you also have to question how the Federation would actually allow the Genesis device to be created in the first place. I'm like, okay, yeah, it can create planets, but you've also created a doomsday machine. All you need is for Krug to get a hold of it and go to Earth, and that's the end of Earth. So that's one question I've always had. I'm like, were you guys not thinking about the possible although it's kind of like the atom bomb. Once it's been created, you can't uncreate it. Although we never really hear of it again. With terraforming is reintroduced in the first season of the Next Generation, and at that point they're doing it at like decades at a time. But yeah, there's just the Federation itself created the ultimate weapon, but the Klingons actually see that. Where it's like the Federation in creating this weapon has become a gang of intergalactic criminals. So it's like, yeah, you did create a doomsday machine.
I think it's a classic story of like, scientists creating something without really considering the ramifications of it, because they just saw it like as wow, we can create habitable planets and solve the problem of overpopulation or anything like that, territorial disputes. It's like, fine, everyone can have as many planets as they need to settle, no problem. And that's why in Wrath of Khan there's all this there's the ethical dilemma that they have right at the beginning, where it's like, if we're going to test this thing on a planet, it has to be 100% uninhabited. There can't even be a trace of life, because where we use this thing, it'll kill anything that's there. So we have to make sure it's used in a safe location. And it's Kirk and Spock and McCoy who kind of hypothesize, well, if you were to use it on a populated planet, it would wipe out all life on that planet, and in favor of creating a new one. So they kind of saw the dangers of it there, and they even discussed the implications of that. But like you say, it's the Klingons who they hit upon the idea of turning it into a proper weapon, and they want it because of that.
And then you look at it. How long did it take Genesis to fall into the wrong hands? A couple hours.
Yeah, so it's like anything. Any advancement that can benefit humanity could potentially be turned into a weapon, I guess. And I guess it's a commentary on human nature or the nature of progress, that it always comes with a risk.
Yep.
But it's kind of a good issue to explore, and it doesn't try and say, like, developing new things is bad, or like certain people are just always going to misuse things or anything like that. It's just saying there's always going to be a risk with this sort of stuff. And the Klingons obviously see the opportunity and they want it. But there was another thing that jumped out at me at this scene, actually, and I never noticed it until I watched this today. Krug, when he talks to his senior officer, says, like, even as our emissaries are negotiating peace with the Federation, we're going to take control of this weapon and we're going to use it to preserve our people. And I was like, fucking hell, that was smart. That was laying the groundwork for something that was going to happen in undiscovered country, like 3 movies later, like, probably 5 or 6 years in the future. Already you're setting up this scenario in the universe where, maybe the Klingon Empire is starting to teeter a little bit, and they've got problems, and they recognize their way of life is under threat, and they're already starting to make peace overtures. And these guys, the hardliners, are wanting to take this opportunity to seize power and redress the balance of power in the universe.
Yeah,
that is clever. I don't know if they planned this in advance or what, but man, that is good stuff.
Well, also lays the groundwork for the fact that the Klingon Empire is very chaotic, and that goes into the Next Generation as well. By the end of the 4th season, it's focused on a Klingon civil war. So really, how unstable the society actually was. But it also, in some ways, well, not even in some ways, I think it humanizes the Klingons, where it's like, okay, some of them want peace, some of them just want to control the universe. And that's kind of the sort of the dichotomy within the Klingon psyche, and also the question of honor, which really honor doesn't really come into it's mentioned out, but honor at this point isn't really a major thing of the Klingons as a species. It really comes into play in the Next Generation. But yeah, with the way they're doing things in this movie, it's not very honorable. It's kind of sneaky.
Yeah. So that kind of establishes our antagonist of the movie, and it moves back then to Kirk and the others. And I think this is when Kirk gets a call from security that someone's broken into Spock's quarters, and they're in there, even though the quarters have been sealed. So he's like, what the fuck's this? And that's when he goes down there and he finds McCoy in there. And to this, I'm never quite sure because you hear Spock's voice at one point asking, why did you leave me behind on Genesis? And I don't know if that was Nimoy's voice or if it was like DeForest Kelley doing an impression of him.
I've listened to that over and over again. That's DeForest Kelley doing a very, very convincing Leonard Nimoy. I remember at one point on the VHS tape, I actually rewound that scene over and over again. And you can tell, no, it is DeForest Kelley, but it's very much Spock. And that scene is actually just creepy as hell, and just really sets the stage for what's to come. And as a kid, when I first watched it, that scene scared the living crap out of me.
Yeah. It's very eerie, and like you say, if that's DeForest Kelley doing a Spock impression, damn, it is spot on. Like you cannot tell the difference.
If you listen really closely, you can tell it does have the graveliness of DeForest Kelley's voice, but it's you really have to listen to it to be able to tell.
Yeah. So, I mean, what you get from this is that something's up with McCoy. Like straight away, we realize like he's behaving really strangely. He's putting on Spock's voice. You know, why is this? And that's laying the groundwork, I guess, for what we're going to find out soon enough. And that's when the Enterprise returns to space dock. And you get this great shot of it approaching this, because I think in Wrath of Khan it was just like a kind of framework that the Enterprise was in, but now there's an entire like space station that it flies into. You got the big doors opening up, and they go inside. It looks off by the Excelsior, which is it's going to become important in this movie, but it's also kind of a recurring thing throughout the original movies, that it's this like super advanced starship that's like the next generation. And just as we were talking about earlier, how the Enterprise is getting old, the crew's getting old, the Excelsior represents like the next generation of Starfleet. It's faster, it's more advanced, it looks cooler,
and
all of those things.
Enterprise B is Excelsior class.
Yes, exactly.
But no, I love that scene in Space Dock. And I think this is also notable because before this in the Star Trek universe, we'd seen other ships, we'd seen some space stations, but I think this is the first time where you get the idea of how massive this institution is when you get to see Space Dock for the first time. And I actually, when I was a kid, I used to make my, I had the Enterprise made out of Lego. I had the Reliant. I actually built myself a space dock. It was huge. But yeah, no, I love that scene. And you get an idea of the scope of Starfleet and how big this is. And then obviously by the next generation, it's not just space dock anymore. It's everything space station. So it's huge. But, and again, just going back to the model work for 1984, I love those scenes. And the last time I watched this movie was maybe about a month ago. And even now, God, I can't believe it's been this long, but 36 years later, it still blows me away. It still looks spectacular. And those scenes, especially the space dock scenes, you can put that up against anything that comes out today. It's just absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. The use of, like you say, the use of models, it's all, when the Enterprise comes in, it looks like it's a significant moment. Like it takes a lot of work for it to bring in. It's very slow. It's kind of majestic looking as it glides in. It comes by like a viewing window where some of the people are in like a bar or whatever, like Starfleet officers, and they see the floodlights kind of pick out all the damage to the hull, and it's all blackened and like buckled and stuff, and they're shaking their heads like, holy shit, look at this thing.
Oh yeah, and we got to mention the Grace Lee Whitney cameo there as well. Yeoman Rand from the original series, which a lot of people probably didn't notice it. But
she crops up in every fucking movie, doesn't she?
Yeah, it's and well, she was one of the original characters, and yet she was written out after episode 13. But yeah, it's just you look. I bet you a lot of people had no idea who that was either. It's like, but Star Trek fans are like, yeah, damn, that's awesome.
It does, yeah. It kind of sticks out to me because, like, she's treated as an extra, but the camera gives her loads of screen time, if you know what I mean. And so it's weird. It's like, why are you focusing so much on this one random, ensign or whatever? And it's really weird when, I think in Undiscovered Country, she's part of the bridge crew, but she's just like an ensign, and she's clearly like 50 years old at least. Like, is that as far as you've got?
But I guess there's some kind of subtext here. You're talking about the aging Enterprise. This is somebody who was at the Enterprise during her golden years, watching it as it is now. So I kind of like the symbolism of that as well. For like the maybe 5 or 6 people that may have gotten it at the time. We didn't have
it's a nice little Easter egg. It really is. Yeah. But yeah, so it docks, and the Admiral comes on board to inspect the ship, and he's already talking about transferring people off, and Kirk expects that the Enterprise is going to get repaired and refitted, and the guy just says to him, like, no, like we're not going to be doing that. Like, the ship's fucked. It's really old. It's not really worth repairing. We just feel like it's done. And it goes back to what you were saying. Like, I think it was probably just an offhand comment about the age of the Enterprise, and it doesn't really line up with the chronology. Some people I know have suggested like it's it's 20 years old since it was refitted to look like the modern sort of configuration. But then the actual, the bones of the ship beneath it are probably like another 20 or 30 years old beyond that. So it is old one way or the other.
Yeah, even that doesn't fit though, because it's 15 years since the voyage home, which makes it even dumber. Why would you get rid of a 15-year-old ship? And also, somewhat amusing, is the fact that the Enterprise A is the same damn ship. Well, at least at the end of Star Trek 4. So you retired a ship that could have been fixed for a ship that, well, Enterprise A, technically, I believe, was originally the Yorktown and then just renamed Enterprise A. But so you retire this ship and you replace it with the same ship. So what you're saying is you haven't changed your design at all in 20 years? I would have taken that as an insult. I'm like, you got the Excelsior. Well, give us an Excelsior class. You're giving this old retired model, which is kind of funny when you think of that as well, which makes getting rid of the Enterprise redundant. I'm like, rather than an entirely new ship, just fix the damn thing.
Yeah, I think it was almost that continuity thing. Like they wanted people to have a familiar looking starship, and it's like, we'll just give them another one that looks exactly the same as the old one. That'll keep the fans happy. Because I think if Kirk and that were rolling about in the Excelsior, then people would be like, I don't like this. You've changed too much. I think that was probably the rationale behind it. I get what you're saying, though. Like, give them a top-of-the-line ship. I just think it's interesting as well. Like, even at this stage, Sulu is the one who's most entranced by the Excelsior. Like, he's talking about it like, it's supposed to have trans-warp drive, and he's in awe of it. And obviously, he eventually becomes captain of it. So that's the beginning of his, move away from the Enterprise. And Scotty's just having none of that shit. He's like, if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a wagon.
I love James Doohan. Fellow Canadian, by the way, for anybody that didn't know. Scottish heritage, but a Canadian. Listen to any of the Star Trek audiobooks that he narrates with his Canadian accent. It's actually kind of odd to hear.
I've seen a few interviews with him, and he obviously drops the Scottish accent there, and it's funny to hear him talking like normally in his own accent, but yeah, cool dude. I really liked Jimmy Doohan. You probably heard that story that he told about the woman at the fan convention that he bumped into who was suicidal, and he kept saying, I want to see you at the next one, so we can talk again, and kept making her come along. And then years went by. Eventually he lost contact with her, and then she eventually wrote him a letter saying, like, I've just I wanted to thank you because I've just completed my degree in engineering. And you kind of kept me going during that really difficult time in my life. And it's like, even then, he had tears in his eyes relating that experience. And it's like, God, the humanity of a guy like that, a lot of celebrities would have just been like, oh, fuck off, I've got no time for you. But he made the time to deal with someone like that. And that's pretty decent of him.
No, I've seen it. It's wonderful, man. And to anybody that, because they're still available, they were recorded in the 80s and 90s, but Simon & Schuster had a range of abridged Star Trek audiobooks. I had them on tape. I ripped them to my PC years ago. But a good chunk of the first of them were actually narrated by James Doohan, and they're actually well worth. You got to hear this guy do voices. It's absolutely incredible. Just for the range of his acting alone is worth. This guy could do any accent you could think of, and it's completely believable. Like when you watch Star Trek, you'd have no idea he wasn't Scottish. And I know, Drinker, you probably have more perspective on this than I could, because I couldn't really tell the nuances. But can you actually tell that he wasn't Scottish, or at least didn't have the accent natively?
Yeah, I mean, there's times when he sort of verges into Irish. I mean, for the most part, it's okay. It's kind of like your stereotypical Scottish accent, and it's kind of what you'd just expect from an actor who's not from Scotland. But it's not bad. It's just you can tell he's not a native Scot. But it's okay for the most part.
And like I said, I don't have that perspective because with my Canadian accent, I can tell the difference one way or the other. It's the same as watching British programs when you have British people trying to do American accents or Canadian accents. It's just awful. Well, cool. Well, that's the first time we've sidetracked a little bit, but cool. We discussed accents, and somebody asked in the comments, is Decker in jail? Yes, he is, and we're not going to go into that. But you can Google what happened to the actor that played Decker. I saw that come up in the comments a few times. So Google it and be horrified.
Okay. Some guy said here, Hutchin was saying all Scottish accents are fake. Damn, you've rumbled us.
Damn.
It's just an act. None of us are actually from Scotland. What else is this here? Canadian accent, you just add all the time, right?
Yeah, except we don't do that. I don't say I do. I didn't notice this until I started making videos, but I noticed I do say a boot. I try very hard to say about, but when I'm editing my videos, I hear me do it all the time. We don't say but it's also the same thing when they do American accents. And Perry from Doctor Who is a good example. They don't say yeah after every sentence. So it's little things like that. Okay.
There's a lot of Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra going on in the chat. One here is like Darmok at Tatiana. Yeah. Better not. The less said about that one, the better.
Yeah.
I think Brits can often quite do fairly good American accents. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, chat. But you know, when I've you watch something like The Walking Dead, half the cast are fucking British, and you would never know it. It's weird.
Some of them can do it. Hugh Laurie does the best American accent. I didn't even know the guy was British until halfway through House. So there's some that can do it well, but when it's done badly, it's awful. Just awful.
Yeah.
So it depends on the actor. It can be done well. But what I find is when Brits are doing American accents, they're actually doing Canadian accents. And that's another problem is the BBC will often hire Canadians to play Americans. And there's a big difference between the Canadian and the American accents. And that's also where it sounds off. They're doing the Canadian accent. We're not an American accent. We Canadians tend to over-enunciate everything, which seems to be our defining trademark.
See, we've got the opposite problem in Scotland. All of our words just kind of merge together into a kind of blah. So we don't enunciate. Our diction is terrible. We've forgotten how to use T's in what we say. So we wouldn't say bucket. We'd say bucket.
I love the Scots.
In chat here,
I'm part Scottish myself. I just can't do the accent.
Well, I think most people in Canada aren't they? Like a lot of Scottish people settled there.
I'm a mix of Irish, Scottish, English, and German.
That's a hell of a combination.
Oh yeah, it's maybe that's why I'm so grumpy. I don't know. Actually, that maybe that does explain a lot. But yeah, I'm a mix of everything.
Yeah. See, I don't think there was much diversity in my family, so my family tree is kind of like a straight line. It's too much inbreeding, man. That's why I am the way I am.
That's okay, man. We love you for it.
Yeah. Someone else here said Tatiana when the clothes fell. Oh, damn. We should probably talk about this fucking movie, I suppose. Damn, we're getting totally sidetracked here.
It's okay. This happens whenever I'm on a stream.
There's too much good chat going on.
Yeah.
Where did we get to? So, yeah, the Enterprise is back in space dock, and they're like, yep, we're not going to repair your ship. Sorry, Kirk, you're done. Oh, and don't ever talk about Genesis again, because it's become like a big galactic embarrassment.
It's a matter of galactic controversy. I'm like, well, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. You get the idea where you get kind of the secretive Federation here. I guess kind of a precursor to Section 31, because around this time you got the scene with McCoy in the bar. That's a bonkers scene if ever I saw one. But Federation security or the Federation FBI/CIA. I don't believe you want to be discussing this here, Dr. McCoy. Where's the logic in offering me a ride home, you idiot?
It's got, all of those things have got a real like 1980s Cold War kind of vibe where, you know, these guys are like the equivalent of the Navy or the Air Force or whatever. They're in the military, and you don't want to be, you know, in a bar shooting your mouth off about official government secrets, because you will get, you know, if there was a security man there watching you, yeah, you'd be escorted out of there fucking quick smart.
Yep.
So that kind of makes sense, and I do like that kind of militaristic feel of Starfleet. It's not gung ho, but it's like very much we have a job to do. Like we have to keep the peace, and that sometimes means taking a hard line on things. We're not all about like touchy feely. You know, let's talk about our emotions to get out of this situation. You have orders, and you will follow them because there's a chain of command here. You know, and I'm fine with that. That very much fits the time that it was made and the kind of environment that it's set in.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, my dog distracted me for a minute. She's she does this with every live stream. But yeah, no, that's the idea of the Federation deep state, and also the fact that they've clued into at this point by creating Genesis. They've screwed up royally. It's like, whoops, okay, we're just going to bury this under the carpet. It never happened. And it brings the idea that the Federation isn't this noble institution where they do have their dark secrets. In the case of this one, they developed the Doomsday Machine.
Yes. And so, yeah, now they're wrestling with the implications of this thing that they didn't expect to be used in this way. And so suddenly it's become this massive problem that they have to try and figure out how to resolve. And so the Federation, at the moment, their strategy on this is like, right, nobody goes near this planet, nobody touches it. We're not going to talk about it. We're going to try and sweep this under the rug as much as we can, while we send a science vessel there to explore it and try and figure out what this place really is and whether it's functioning as we expected. And I guess that's where we get introduced to David and Saavik, who's now played by a completely different actress, aboard a science vessel. They are around in orbit over the Genesis planet, and they're about to go down and survey the place. And it's a shame they couldn't get Kirstie Alley back, but apparently she wanted too much money, and they weren't interested, so they just recast her.
Well, this is one issue that I've always had with this as well, because I don't think there was a need to recast the character. Whereas, okay, you have Saavik. She was, you know, more a side character in the second movie. But if Kirstie Alley didn't come back, there was no need to recast Robin Curtis in the same character. You could have kept Robin Curtis, but you could have made it an entirely different character, because she plays Saavik quite differently than Kirstie Alley did. That's always been one of the things that kind of miffed me about this movie. It should have been an entirely different character.
Yeah, I think they just wanted that feeling of like, okay, two familiar characters from the previous movie. You know, it makes sense that they are, you know, they're assigned to this thing. I guess it's a bit weird that Saavik would be there, because she's not really a science officer. She's like a lieutenant. So she's a command person rather than a science specialist. But whatever, they put her in there, I suppose, just to have a familiar face. Like you say, Robin Curtis does play the character very differently from how Kirstie Alley did. She's probably more cold and logical and Vulcan-like than Kirstie Alley was.
Well, I think it should have. They should have just brought Carol Marcus over, and just David and his mom. And I think the death scenes would have had an even greater impact if they'd gone that way. Although I don't know if she was actually willing to come back. I don't even know if that's ever really been covered.
Yeah, I know she died eventually of cancer, I think it was.
When she was a little bit older, or Bibi Besh was her name. Yeah, she passed away in, I was looking at here, 1996. So she was still doing movies, I think, as far as 1999, actually. So she was still active. So I'm not sure if she just didn't want to come back or if they didn't consider it. But I think with Marcus there, I think that would have given the film an even greater impact.
I agree, actually.
Although it may also have taken away from Kirk, who had to face the brunt of his son's loss later in the movie on his own. So there's two schools of thought about this, but the basic point is it should have been a different character.
Yeah, I think probably it made sense to have a Vulcan there to help deal with Spock and all the stuff, explain all the things he was going through. So maybe there's that. But either way, however they chose to do it, they are surveying this planet. They are scanning the place, and they see that the torpedo that they fired Spock's body in the previous movie has landed on the planet, and there's life readings around it. So they're like, well, that's odd. That shouldn't be there. This planet should just have plants and vegetation on it. It shouldn't have actual life. So they go down to examine it, and they find that it's covered in weird, like slimy things that were, I guess, microbes or something attached to the surface of it that have suddenly evolved really quickly on this planet. And that's your first hint that something's a bit odd about this place. And they open up the torpedo, and it's empty. It's just got Spock's burial robe in it. So again, something strange has happened here, and that's the movie establishing that the Genesis planet is not a normal place, I suppose.
And you have to give Harv Bennett props for creativity here, because he had to find a way to bring Spock back to life that was actually believable. So I think the way he tied things together, because Star Trek II was supposed to be that was the end of Spock, but he picks up on little hints throughout the movie. The Genesis device, okay, well, if it can bring planets back to life, maybe it can bring a person back to life. That little mind meld at the end, which I think was just supposed to be a throwaway scene of Spock saying goodbye to McCoy. No, we can fit that in too. So that's credit to Harv Bennett for coming up with this stuff, and because this could easily have been completely over the top and farcical. But credit needs to be given, because it wasn't, in terms of the way they went about doing it and bringing Spock back to life.
Yes, it doesn't throw it all in all of a sudden. Like you say, over the course of the movie, it gives you one little piece of the puzzle, then another piece, and then another piece, and it spaces them out so that gradually they start to come together into this, this solution to how they could bring Spock back. And it takes the entire film to do it, and it's smart about it, and it's patient, and that's to its credit, really. So yeah, it does a good job of kind of salvaging something that's pretty difficult to do while maintaining a bit of integrity.
Then and then this part is followed by a very dark but very comedic scene as well, and we learn how discipline is handled on Klingon ships.
Oh yeah, yeah. So while they're, they, I think they find another life reading that they go out and follow, and it turns out to be a young boy who's a Vulcan. So it's clearly like Spock, who's been somehow reincarnated into a younger body as part of the Genesis planet. And just as they're like looking at him, they radio back up to their captain, like, look, we need to evacuate from this place. Then the Klingons show up and blow up the ship.
Well, I think one thing that's funny too is the look on Captain Esteban's face when she says it's Captain Spock, and just that look is just priceless. It's like, yeah, what are you on?
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of an asshole, that guy. Like he's a real stickler for the rules and a total job's worth, and everything's got to be by the book. And okay, and he seems like more concerned with like just preserving his own reputation than anything else.
Although he doesn't use the shields fast enough.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything. It's like the bird of prey appears, like it decloaks, and you think,
okay, my God, I'm like, give the order, raise the damn shields.
Yeah, because I think he says something like prepare for evasive maneuvers. It's like, you don't need to prepare for it, just fucking do it. You should do it right now, because they're about to shoot you and blow you up. But he's like, just get ready. I'm going to give you an order to do something in a minute.
It's one of those things that I guess you just gotta have to let slide. But it's like, man, you suck as a captain. You effectively got your ship destroyed. But it's on the Klingon ship. Okay, so gunner, target engines only. Ship blows up. Lucky shot, sir. Just shoots them.
Yeah, it just vaporizes the guy. Yeah, Krug doesn't take any shit when it comes to insubordination or just people screwing up in general.
Well, then he's about to kill a second in command, and he's like, "There's life signs on the surface. Maybe the very scientists you seek." Like, okay, I won't kill you today. I'll kill you tomorrow.
Yeah, because he points the gun at him and he's like, "Say the wrong thing." He's like, "Yeah, I'm pissed right now. You don't want to mess with me."
Oh Lord.
So that's that starts the Klingons, in pursuit of David and Savick. So that okay, you've established then those stakes. He wants to know the secret of the Genesis device, and David is probably the guy who can tell him. So it's in his interest to get down there and capture him. I'm just thinking then, where do we kind of go from there? It's back to the Federation, and McCoy is.
He's been taken to the quote funny farm.
Well, no, I don't think he has yet because he's gone to a bar to try and charter
so the
a starship.
You're talking
Yeah,
about
so he's gone to like Star Trek's equivalent of the cantina from Star Wars, where there's like just all kinds of weird aliens fucking around and stuff.
Although somehow more ludicrous. That scene, like I said, it's just bonkers. But it's a nice comedic break, and you get the idea that McCoy frequents this bar quite often.
Yes, because the waitress knows him. She's dressed like a Playboy bunny for some reason. Excellent. Fucking love the 80s. Yeah. There's a tribble on a table, I think, that people are just stroking for no reason. It's just, it's a wonderland, this place, man. But anyway, he runs into like a shady guy who can book him passage on a freighter. McCoy wants to arrange it, but the guy's being really cagey about where he wants to go. So eventually he says, "Right, we want to go to Genesis." And the guy's like, "Well, no, we can't go there because it's restricted and it's forbidden." And that's when McCoy gets nabbed by that Federation security dude who, like you say, he's like the equivalent of like the CIA or the FBI or something like that.
Well, let's not forget the attempt at the Vulcan neck pinch.
Yeah, I was just about to say he tries to do a Spock maneuver and give him the Vulcan neck pinch, and it just does nothing.
You're gonna need
the guy's just staring at him like, "What are you doing?"
Nice long rest, Dr. McCoy.
Yeah.
Oh, bones.
So, he's been busted. And that's when Kirk is having a kind of memorial service, I think, for Spock. He's in his apartment. The others are there. It's very clearly the mid-'80s because Kirk's wearing like what looks like a fucking tracksuit or something. It's colorful. I'll say that. Everyone looks like they're wearing a cross between like disco wear from the 70s and shell suits from the late 80s.
Let's not forget his very 80s decorated apartment with the matte painting in the background.
Yeah.
He's got the classic 80s leather recliners.
Oh, yeah. It's impressive because they've got it's the same exact set from Wrath of Khan. They've managed to get his apartment pretty much spot on. And yeah, they're all dressed in their weird outfits. I think this is where Star Trek can fall down a little bit when they start to show the actual culture of like the 23rd century.
When it begins the 80s.
Yeah.
1980s repeated themselves. Well, awesome. I miss the 80s. I'll go to the 23rd century. And it's Star Trek fails every time it tries to do fashion. It's like, well, at least it's not bell bottoms this time.
Yeah, that is true.
It's gaudy 80s fashion. But it also kind of humanizes the characters as well. It's like, yeah, no, they actually do all have lives outside of the spaceship. They are on Earth with nice matte paintings in the background. It is a nice matte painting, though. I will give it that.
Yeah. He has got a cracking view of the Golden Gate Bridge as well. Someone else is saying in chat, Sulu looked pretty fly with that leather jacket. He did.
Oh, God, yeah. 80s Trek.
Yeah. Don't call him tiny. I'll come to that bit in a minute, actually. But yeah, so they're waiting for, I think, Scotty to show up or something, and instead Sarek shows up. And he's pissed, man. He's raging at Kirk for leaving Spock behind on the Genesis planet. Like, the others all clear out of there, and Sarek has a go at him. And he explains that, Spock would have entrusted Kirk with his spirit, his Katra, and he should have brought the Spock's body back so that they could bury him properly on Vulcan, and he could be at peace. And he done fucked up. And Kirk's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why are you giving me shit like this? And I don't blame him, to be fair, because like he knew nothing about any of this stuff, and suddenly it's all being thrown at him.
It's and it's kind of cool that they actually got Mark Leonard to come back as well, the first time since the season 2 of the original series. But yeah, he's so imposing, and he's showing a lot of emotion for a Vulcan as well in this scene. And then you just kind of see, this is we see broken down Kirk again when he realizes, oh crap. And then, another just one of those great acting scenes. And then, the what if there's another way? I'm like, damn. Well, they go and revisit. And the one thing I got to say about the security footage on the Enterprise, that is their cameras in the 23rd century are damn good at editing and close-ups, man.
Yeah, they've got very good sense of cinematics, haven't they? The cameras. Yeah. I like to think of just like a hover thing floating around, just like, oh, this is a good angle to record events from. I'll take this. They obviously just have to work around the footage that they had from Wrath of Khan as best they could, and yeah, it's a bit ropey and it's a bit implausible that would be visible, but it allows Kirk to at least nail down what actually happened. That Spock had passed on his Katra to McCoy instead of him. I did like the mind meld scene as well, because Kirk ends up repeating the same things he said to Spock as he was dying, because he's reliving that moment, and the camera's right close in on his eyes, and you can see him like his voice kind of breaks and it's like he's crying, reliving those emotions. So it's a good scene. And
again, this is an example where people say Shatner can't act. Oh no, he damn well can act. Just watch this scene.
Yes. Yeah. He's, when they can manage him properly and just get him to calm down, and he's understated and he's subdued, he's good, and that's what they managed to get out of him in Wrath of Khan. And he's kind of on that level here. He's maybe not quite as good, but he's still able to get the job done. So give him his due.
This one, it has those little scenes and where it really shines, and then the rest of it is just kind of straight up, I wouldn't say Shatnerisms, but straight up Kirk. But there are some amazing scenes in this film, and that's one of the things that's always stood out to me. And it has to do really with Shatner's acting above everything else. And then we'll get to it later, but the scene where his son dies, I think that is just absolutely heartbreaking. But here you can see he's realizing he's screwed up, and he's realizing there may have been a way to save Spock. But then there's the idea of hopefulness. I'm like, what if there's another way? What if he did mind meld with somebody else? And we see that it's McCoy, and it's the irony of that, because McCoy and Spock, the subtlety of their relationship is they're always portrayed as two people that on the surface hate each other, but they're kind of like a bickering old couple where all they do is fight, but underneath the surface, they really do care about each other. So in a way, it's ironic, but in a way, it's not ironic that Spock would choose McCoy, because next to Kirk, McCoy was definitely what you call a second best friend. So it kind of makes sense that he would have mind melded with McCoy.
Yeah, and it kind of, there wasn't a lot of choices as well. Like there was only McCoy and Scotty in that area as he was about to go into the reactor anyway. So I don't suppose he had too many options.
Yeah.
But yeah, like McCoy and Spock are obviously they've always been the opposite ends of the spectrum. McCoy is the passionate, moralistic, emotional one, and Spock is the cold, logical, thoughtful one. And so they always spark off each other. But there's a great scene late in the movie where it's just McCoy and Spock, and they're on their way to Vulcan, and McCoy is talking to him, and he finally admits, I missed you when you've been gone, and I don't think I could stand to lose you again. And he's like, I can't believe I'm saying this, and I hate myself for it, but there it is. And great little bit of acting from DeForest Kelley, and a good moment for the character.
And it's things like that where I just don't understand why people say this is a bad movie. It's it's not a bad movie. It's a cohesive story, and there are so many little scenes like that in this film. I think some of the best and most touching scenes in Trek history. Like, it is a strong movie. It is well acted across the board. And
Yes.
I think when we're talking about Spock and McCoy, I think also why Kirk, Spock, and McCoy work so well, and no team in Trek history has ever worked as well since, is for Kirk, it's almost like having, like the two angels, or the angel and the devil, or whatever, on his shoulder. One, they kind of temper Kirk, where you've got the passionate side of Kirk, and you've got the logical side of Kirk. So the chemistry between the three of them, which carries through from the original series up until the Undiscovered Country, I think it's one of the best overarching character relationships in cinema history. Just the chemistry those three had to each other, and the fact that two of them, they're their own characters, but they're also two different sides of Kirk, the emotional and the logical.
Yes. That's the way I always interpret it, because I know people have gone to like really detailed, like McCoy represents this component of the human psyche and all that sort of thing. I just took it in more simple terms, where it's McCoy is the emotions, Spock is the logic, Kirk is the kind of well-balanced guy between those two extremes. And he listens to both of them, and that informs his judgments. And he does solicit opinions from them a lot of the time. So he's the whole, he's the complete package, I guess. And that's I guess how he functions really well, and that's why the three of them make such an interesting trio. And that's why it's one of the issues I had with the new Trek movies, where they shunt McCoy off to the side, and for some reason they try and port Uhura in to replace him, and it makes for such a weird dynamic between the three. Then
you've got a brilliant video discussing the disaster that was their second movie. But God, I hate those films. I absolutely hate them. And I'm not going to go off on a tangent. I'll say briefly, I was slightly drawn into Star Trek 2009 briefly, but then I realized how dumb it was, and I cannot stand the other two movies. Words do not exist to describe. And when we get to the Enterprise blowing up, I'm going to bring this into fake Trek as well. But God, I hate those films. They completely they miss every nuance of the characters. They miss everything that the show was about. They're just fucking garbage.
Yeah, 100% agree. People were mentioning in chat as well, and I really agree with them here. They were saying the scene where McCoy, this is a tangent as well, but in Star Trek V, the scene where McCoy has to basically euthanize his own father, where you get that flashback. It's some of the best acting you get from DeForest Kelley, and it's a properly impactful scene. And I 100% agree. In a movie that was not great, like, that is one of the standout moments, and generally one of the best moments in the original movies. It was so well played. Like, DeForest Kelley just gave an incredible performance in that scene. You're just riveted by it.
Yeah, it's there were no bad actors in the main cast of the original series. There were, in every series that followed had at least one god-awful actor, several. But no, and these were 60s era. Well, a lot of them were Shakespearean trained as well. I know Doohan and Shatner were. I know DeForest Kelley used to do Westerns. He did a lot of Westerns. He actually retired after the original series finished. I'm pretty sure Leonard Nimoy had done Shakespeare as well. So they were all talented actors. I think all of them had stage experience. So the acting and the ability, I think, amongst all of them is on a level beyond what we'd see in most TV series now.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. But yeah, we went off on a tangent there, but there's so much in Trek that I just enjoy talking about, so I can't help myself sometimes. But yeah, so what we learned from this scene then, I guess, is that McCoy is now carrying Spock's soul, his spirit within him, and it's causing him to act the way he does. It's interfering with his ability to function, and it's like two competing personalities or consciousness within him. That's why it's causing him so much problems. And in order for him to be released from this, they have to recover Spock's body from the Genesis planet and bring it back to Vulcan so he can be laid to rest. And so that becomes Kirk's mission. That's what he has to do. And that's what he sets out to do. His first attempt is to go to the Admiral in Starfleet and say, look, I need the Enterprise. I've got this mission that I have to do. Just give me it for like a few days so I can go and do this, and then you can have it right back. And the guy says no. He makes it clear, like, look, you're a great captain, but if you carry on like this, you're going to lose your career because you're acting completely out of sorts. You're letting emotion get in the way of all of this, and you're jeopardizing everything. And that is the moment where Kirk makes the decision to go ahead with his plan, because he's obviously already been putting in place a plan to steal the Enterprise and use it anyway, against all all the rules and against Starfleet's permission. But he was trying to have a crack at just doing it legally, I suppose, and trying to convince the Admiral to let him do it, and he won't.
And this was also not only is Kirk giving up his career, but also he's got an ego through, and that's something that runs through his entire character. A lot of that, I think, comes from Shatner as well. But he's got an ego, but here he's willing to give all that up. He's you can tell that Kirk likes being considered the best captain ever. He likes being considered the hero. And here he is, not only is he giving up his career, but he's decided to give up this highly respected view he has within Starfleet and within the Federation, where he's like, okay, friendship means more to me than this. I'll be a criminal if I have to be a criminal.
Yeah. As they're saying in chat here, like, I think Chekhov says to him, is the word given, Admiral? And he says, no, the word is no. Therefore, I'm going anyway. So, they start to put their plan into action. At the same time, Saavik and David are marooned on the Genesis planet now that their ship's been destroyed, and they're with Spock. And this is when Saavik takes David aside, and she's like, right, no more bullshit. What the hell is happening to this planet? Clearly, this is not right. This is not what you expected it to be. And that's when he comes clean and he explains, he cut corners in the development of the Genesis device, and he used some weird stuff called protomatter, which is unstable, and that's what's causing the planet to age rapidly, and it's getting more and more unstable, and basically the whole place is going to destroy itself. So they're sitting on top of a ticking time bomb. And it's an interesting little insight into David's character, where you realize he's got more of his dad in him than he would have admitted, because he cheated. He couldn't find a way to make this thing work normally, and so he used this thing that was illegal and that was dangerous to cut corners and get something done. And I think that's an interesting little insight into David.
And I think there's the idea that him and his father are very much alike. And I think that's why it's made such a big deal of the fact that David hates his father. I'm like, well, he is you. And then we hear, well, because Kirk was the hero, but he was reckless. And here we find out that his son is just as reckless, although this recklessness may have even more serious consequences. Yep. But I like that as well, where it's like father, like son, and you're, yep, this is definitely Kirk's son.
Yeah, and there's a great scene where the sun kind of goes down on the planet, and it's like it seems to happen really quickly. So like darkness just kind of sweeps over them, and you see David standing on an outcrop, just watching the sun go down, and it's like he's realizing this is probably the last sunset I'm going to see. This is this is the end.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah, exactly. And he kind of hangs his head like, yep, this is all my mistakes and my sort of ambition and my hubris just all come back to bite me. And it just, I like that. I like that kind of dynamic of like the scientist that pushes just a bit too far and reaching for greatness, but just falls short and it results in disaster. I think it's a great thing to explore, and Star Trek does a great job of doing that exact thing.
Then what I like as well, they kind of temper this. They go back to leaving space dock, but they do it the way they leave is actually kind of comedic with the Excelsior. Do you have you ever seen the original Star Trek episode Balance of Terror? It was
Yes.
okay. So if you're, and this has never been confirmed whether it is or not, but if you remember in that episode, and I think it actually not the same actor but the same character. If you remember that there was a Ensign Styles in that episode who was at odds with Kirk, and then in Star Trek 3 you have Captain Styles. And I think it's supposed to be implied that this is not the same actor, but the same character.
That would be amazing.
And
it really
I've
would.
always viewed it that way, where it's like, and he's still bitter all these years later. It's like, okay, this is my chance to get back at Kirk for being a jerk to me when I was an ensign. But just the scenes on Excelsior are hilarious. It's like, here, Dr. McCoy, I took these out of the remains of a transwarp computer drive, and it's like, so Scotty sabotages it, but there's the broken down car noise that the ship dies, and obviously completely out of place, completely over the top, but I don't care. To this day I love that scene. And it's
because it does a really good job of building it up, because he's like, the Enterprise zooms away and he's like, okay, prepare to go after them, stand by transwarp drive, and you get all this really dramatic music where everyone's like securing their chairs and you're like, holy shit, man, this ship's gonna do something amazing. And then they kick it in, and just, like you say, it's like a car breaking down and the ship just kind of shudders to a halt.
Then Scotty was message, good morning, Captain. And then going with the view of this is the same Styles, which is the view that I go on, the look on his face, he's like, God damn it, Kirk got me again.
Yeah. But he has a good scene with Scotty as well in the engine room where he's like, oh, I'm looking forward to breaking some of the Enterprise's speed records tomorrow. Yeah. And Scotty's like, oh, yeah, great. Nice one. And then he just gets in the turbo lift.
Up your shaft.
Up your shaft.
But that's the other thing that I like about this movie, because it is a very dark, a very serious movie, but the comedy in it is just awesome. And it's just like, things are getting serious, but the tension is broken with the Excelsior breaking down. It's just then we get back to serious, and then well, shit gets real.
Yeah. So they spring McCoy from jail. Kirk goes in, gets McCoy up, and knocks out the guards. Sulu comes in, and the guy who called him tiny, he like flips him right over in like a great little wrestling move. And he's like, "Oh, don't call me tiny. Oh my!" And then, apparently George Takei had a real problem with that line. Like, he didn't like the fact that the guy was calling him tiny, and he's like, "Oh, my fans wouldn't accept this kind of thing." It's like, look, you get your own back on him. It's fine. You get to kick his ass. That's the whole point of the scene. Yeah. But yeah, eventually he went with it and did it. And they go in the Enterprise. They fire the whole thing up, and I think it's what is it? Yeah, they get a little scene with Uhura as well. She gets like quite a cool little scene with some ensign, because she's working in like the transporter bay to like beam them onto the Enterprise. And she's obviously requested that job so that she can be there to help them. And you've got this young asshole who's like, I want to get out there and have adventures in the galaxy. And she gives him this kind of look where she's like almost flirting with him. You know what I mean? Like she's talking about how peace and quiet appeals to me, and she does that thing where she turns her eyes down and then glances up at him with a little smile, like she's trying to seduce him a little bit. And he just goes like, "Well, that's fine for you, for someone whose career is like winding down." It's like old as fuck.
You want some adventure? Feel the adrenaline going? Well, how about this? Get in the closet.
It's such a shame you don't get to see Uhura be more of a badass in the movies, because she's kind of just a support character and she doesn't do that much. But in little scenes like that, it's like, she's a veteran who's been out doing this shit for like 20 years or more, and she knows how to handle herself in a dangerous situation. The moment she pulls a phaser on this guy, he's just like, "Oh, don't hurt me, please."
Uhura. But it's like, it's kind of tricky as to how Sarek got her out of there after that and over to Vulcan, because she didn't escape with the rest of them. She's still there. So doesn't that mean technically that Sarek committed treason against the Federation, although he may have diplomatic immunity? But I've always wondered about that.
Yeah, I mean, I presume she beamed herself out to some like Vulcan ship or whatever, and that's what took her to Vulcan. But yeah, it's a little bit of like, oh, how the hell did you get out of this situation? Because you seemed like you were kind of stuck there.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, she's pretty resourceful. I can sort of buy into it. And I'm just gonna say, by the way, Nichelle Nichols is in this movie still pretty fucking hot. Like
Oh
I don't
yeah.
know how old she was, but man, she's still
Uh,
got it.
well, she did a nude scene in '89, and I think she was 56 at the time. She was in her late. She's in her late 80s now. So yeah, she would have been in her, I think, early 50s
Okay.
back here. But yeah, no, it's she's well, you have some of those actresses that just don't age, and she
Yeah.
was one of them. Like even when she was pushing 60, she's like, "Screw this, I'm doing a nude scene," and she did a nude scene in Star Trek Five. And that was
Yeah.
5 years after this one.
Yeah, that was whew, possibly a bridge too far, but yeah, okay. I'll let her get away with it.
Oh, Dricker, I just left you a little question there in the private chat.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, it's but it's the whole argument against ageism. It's like, oh, you think I'm old? Well, you take this, you little bastard. And then it's just like the guy's so green, and then just the look on his face when she pulls the phaser, he's like, oh crap.
Yeah, it's yeah. She's like, yeah, I'm gonna take command of this situation, and I'm gonna show this little shithead how it's done, and it's really good. So it allows Kirk and the others to get away. They get to the Enterprise and they power it up, and they start to they have to reverse it out of space dock, which kind of looks weird, but I guess that's just how it would function. You know, if it came in that way, it has to go out that way. So, they're I like how they're approaching the space doors that lead, that they have to open to get them out, and obviously they're locked at the moment. And McCoy's just like, "Are you just going to walk through them?" And Kirk's like, "Calm yourself, Doctor." but then he's like saying to Scotty, like, "Okay, and now, Mr. Scott," and he's like, "What?" And he's like, "The doors." He's like, "I am working on it."
It's just, and it's
It's
so
like
classic.
everyone in the bridge. Everyone in the bridge is quietly shitting themselves, but nobody quite wants to say it.
But it's such, and even you have McCoy, who's obviously disabled and going nuts, but then they just do this classic original series McCoy scene, and it's like that's what I like. Like the stealing the Enterprise, it's obviously the most serious thing they've ever done. But the way they actually treat it in the movie, that whole sequence, it's like a comedy show. And that's what I like about it, where they have these things where they lighten everything up. And I think stealing the Enterprise is one of my favorite scenes in all of Star Trek. I think it's just
It's
awesome.
great. It's really tense. It doesn't require a huge amount of action. There's not stuff exploding or whatever. It's like ships moving pretty slowly, but the tension is there because they have to get the space doors open, otherwise they're going to crash right into them. The Excelsior becomes aware of what they're doing, and they power up their ship and they go in pursuit. The captain hails Kirk on the radio, and he's like, if you do this, if you don't give up now, then you'll never sit in the captain's chair again. He gives them that ultimatum right there. Your whole career, your whole life, everything you've built right here in front of you, and it's up to you what you're going to do in the next few seconds. And that's where Kirk makes his decision.
Yeah,
And
doesn't even blink. It's like, yep, this is my decision.
yeah, and the music, the soundtrack to the whole thing is perfect.
Yeah.
Really, like tense. The tempo increases as they approach the space doors. They open at the last second. The ship just glides out, probably with a few feet to spare on either side, and it's just great. Really well done.
And then after Excelsior breaks down, we learn that they forgot to tell McCoy.
Yeah, because it's like, you could have told me. And I think Kirk says something like, well, that's what you get for missing staff meetings.
and then we get to the point where shit starts to get real.
Oh yes, yeah. So
the movie is not funny or lighthearted at all from that point. So that's the end of your comedy.
Yeah. On the planet, Spock or Spock's body, or whatever you would call it, I suppose, it's aging rapidly, just like the planet, and it goes through Vulcan puberty, where he starts to experience Pon farr, where he basically gets the horn and he has to let Saavik finger him. So,
Yeah.
they do their fingering thing. I'm sure I remember reading something about this, like it was originally scripted to be a proper sex scene, and they're
Yeah.
like, nah, we've got to change it, and they do this weird hand thing instead, and it's like so fucking goofy in comparison. And it's like, how powerful would that scene be if it was an actual sex scene? And
Yeah.
she doesn't want to do it, but it's like, well, I have to do it, otherwise he's going to lose his mind or something, whatever they go through.
It would have
That,
been, although they would have had to make him a little bit older, or would have been kind of creepy. But I guess there's the idea that he's a teenager at the time. Although then, I guess Spock would technically be her superior officer at this point, so that would have made it interesting as well. Because technically, he's still her boss.
Yeah, I mean, the Spock that we know is obviously in McCoy,
Yeah.
whereas this guy wants to be in her.
Oh yeah.
People were saying here, though, apparently the fingering thing was just foreplay, so maybe they did get it on. I don't know.
Uh, it is kind of implied, and I think it's best left that way because if you want to go with the argument that they did do the Vulcan nasty, then there's enough space in there where you can have that interpretation. It would have changed the tone of the movie slightly, but yeah, the finger stuff is it's the figure stuff it's hinted at in the original series. Although here they go all in on it, but yeah, it is. I guess we'll call that the final comedy scene.
Yeah. People were saying she had a fleshlight handy. Probably came in handy, I suppose. Other people were saying, like, yes, Saavik was actually pregnant in Star Trek 4. So that kind of explains what happened there then.
Okay.
But it was a cut line or something. So, like, it's not in the theatrical version. But apparently, yeah, that's the reason she didn't go with them in Star Trek 4. She was pregnant from the pon farring. So,
Actually,
the fingering worked.
Heard that. I've heard that before as well. So I guess they were going that way. Well, that would make it for an interesting movie. Although we never hear from Spock's son again.
Yeah, people were. Someone else has said, wouldn't he have gone through a few pon fars as he aged? Yeah, he probably would, because like
every 7 years.
Yeah, so that you'd have to go through like 3 at least, I would imagine, to get to like Nimoy's age.
Yeah, because pon far, if they don't act on it, it can kill them. So.
What a chat up line that would be, man. It's like, look, we've got to fuck now or I'm going to die. Oh, well,
do the math. So I guess Spock was about 50 at the time of his death, and he's brought back to the age of 50, and it starts in the teenage years, and it's every 7 years. So, yeah, it must have been a fun time down on planet Genesis while everything else is exploding.
Yeah. So... Yeah, they do the pon far thing, then they get captured by the Klingons because I think David realizes that some of the Klingons have landed on the planet and they're coming for him, or coming for the group. So he takes a phaser and he goes off to try and confront them. And I guess that doesn't work because he gets totally captured, and they get captured the following morning. So Krug has got them, and he wants to learn the secret of Genesis, but they're not willing to help him. They're like, look, this planet's self-destructing. It's a total failure. You don't want this Genesis device because it doesn't work. And he's like, I don't care. It's a weapon. It doesn't matter if the planet blows up ultimately. I want to use it as a way to dominate the galaxy. So, yeah, that's where he's at. But that's when the Enterprise rocks up. And you get probably one of the best sequences in Star Trek, I think.
Definitely. And here's the question that I have as well. Even with this automation unit, I still question as to how Scotty could actually, well, he is an engineering genius, but how could he even pilot the Enterprise to the degree that he does? Because this is a ship that needs 400 people. Although they do solve that in the 24th century, because in the Enterprise episode 11001, the one with the ones and zeros and the binars, Captain Picard is able to pilot Enterprise D all by himself with no problem. So I guess they all adopted the automation unit.
Yeah. I mean, I can buy into, like, you could probably run it for a short period of time on automation. before things like it's going to need a lot more attention than just like machines can give it. But yeah, they kind of address that in this one, where it's like, okay, we can use automation to do simple functions, like it can navigate around, but it can't really go into combat or anything because it's going to put too much stress on the systems. So yeah, it's a little bit of a plot device, but it allows just a small group of people to pilot an entire starship by themselves. Yeah, people are saying here
for Kirk to play poker.
Yeah. So the Enterprise is approaching, and Krug realizes this is a chance to take more prisoners and get Kirk. So he beams up to the bird of prey, which is cloaked now, and it's approaching the Enterprise. And you've got this great build-up of tension. The music's starting to rise. The Enterprise is suspicious. That they think they've seen something, but they're not quite sure what it was, and they put the scanner on. Sorry, the visual, so they can see the planet in front of them, and like there's this weird distortion on the screen, and they start to notice it. The bird of prey's closing in. They're getting ready to fire, and it's just a great build-up of tension. Kirk knows that he realizes it's a bird of prey, but he doesn't put his shields up or anything because he's like, that's going to tip them off. Just get the weapons ready, and as soon as it appears, we'll open fire on it. And that allows the Enterprise to get the jump on them, and they're able to fire a couple of photon torpedoes into it just as it decloaks before it can fire. Great scene. I love that battle scene. I think the music's perfect. The tension's great. Both commanders are doing the best that they can with the resources they've got. And that's when you find the limitations of the automation system, because they can't put their shields up. It starts to break down because they're putting too much stress on it. And so the Enterprise is kind of a sitting duck when the bird of prey opens fire on them, and it destroys what's left of the automation system. So they've lost all control of their ship now. And that's when it becomes a kind of a standoff. The Klingons don't realize how badly damaged the Enterprise is. And they're like, well, why haven't they just destroyed us? They outgun us. They've got the advantage here. What's going on? And that's when, like you say, Kirk tries to play a bit of poker with them and tries to bluff.
Yeah. It's like, why haven't they finished us? They outgun us 10-1. And then it also goes through the theme of, the Enterprise is crippled. Well, here it is legitimately crippled. So you have this idea of things not being what they once were. Well, you have this ship, which for years had been this threat, and here it is. It looks threatening, but in actual fact, it is no threat.
Yeah. The bird of prey, it's not a particularly heavily armed ship, but its ability to cloak and do hit and run, I guess, is how it's how it's meant to be used. And now they're in this standoff. Kirk tries to bluff and say, look, if you don't surrender to us right now, we're going to destroy you. But Krug sees through the bluff, and he's like, look, he's hiding something. I think I've damaged his ship more seriously than he's letting on. And that's when he comes back with a threat of his own. And he says, look, I've got hostages on the planet. You either surrender right now, or I'm going to start executing them. And then he's just like, fuck it, just kill one anyway. So that's when David gets killed. I think it's Saavik that's going to get killed.
And then he, and again, like father, like son, where Kirk was the heroic character that would always give his life. In the end, David gives his life to save Saavik. So again, a hero, just like his father. Yeah.
And you got that brutal knife, man, where the two twin blades just spring out of this thing. It's like, man, getting knifed by that thing would be a pretty unpleasant experience. But yeah, David tries to fight the Klingon. Obviously, doesn't work, and he gets a knife right in his gut, and that's him killed. And it's really quick and it's really brutal, and I really like how it's played out. It's not some drawn out thing, and it's not some beautiful heroic death. It's just short and brutal. That's kind of how it should be done.
Well, I think that's when you have the most impact. When if you build something up with operatic music, it doesn't have the same impact. Whereas if it's just done straight, quickly, the way it is, there's a shock value to it, where it's like, did I just witness that? Just another example, just from a movie which some people are torn on, but I don't have a problem with. Hereditary. I won't mention what happens in the scene because it will spoil it for you. But there's a scene in that movie similar to this where I don't know. Have you? Did you review that?
No, I reviewed, and fuck, what one was it? Midsummer,
Oh
because that
God,
was
yeah,
the second movie by that guy.
yeah. I made it through like 5 minutes. Not of your review of that movie, but there's a scene in that movie which is it's probably one of the most horrific things I've ever seen on film, and it's done completely straight, completely flat. You're not sure if what you just saw actually happened, but that's one of the ways that I think modern cinema fails. You don't need to build things up. Or you have a film like Threads, which to this day is probably still the most horrifying thing I've ever seen on film. The whole thing is done completely straight without music. That's the BBC movie about the nuclear apocalypse. I don't know if you haven't seen it.
Oh yeah, we all remember Threads. Damn, that shit was traumatizing, man.
But that's the example right there where you don't need to build things up with music. You do it straight. It's a lot more terrifying. Where it's like with horror movies that actually do work, where you'll see something in the corner of your eye in the background, and there isn't much attention drawn to it. Subtlety works. Playing things flat works. It makes them more realistic. Or if anybody's an episode of a fan of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the episode where Buffy's mom dies, the whole episode is done flat, no music, no nothing, to kind of bring in the shock of what's happened. So that's why I like the scene. I'm using those as other examples of how just playing things straight without overblowing them works. But it's like you look at it like, holy crap, did that just happen?
Yeah. No, it's really well played out. I think it's a good sort of way for the characters to go out, and it gives you that brutal edge to the movie. Like, right, we're not fucking around now. We've had some fun, like, there's been a few jokes and stuff here and there, but this is serious now. Kirk's son has just been brutally killed. Great, great, great fun.
Like you can tell it's starting to hit in, and just the line from Savick, David is dead, and then Kirk just collapses, which I think just an absolute brilliant performance by William Shatner.
Yes,
like you feel Kirk's pain, and that whole scene is just so emotional and so well done. And again, it's all done straight. It's all done flat, and that's why it works.
Yes. Again, like you say, there's no music or anything. He collapses back into his captain's chair, and he's just in shock. Can't believe what he's just heard. And yeah, you get the line about, "You Klingon bastards, you killed my son." Yeah. But even then, it's almost like he has to summon that up. He has to try and make himself angry just to get through this.
Yeah.
And it's enough for him to say, okay, like, you can see a plan already starting to form. His ship is no longer capable of battle. He can't do anything from where he is. He has to draw the Klingons out, and he has to make them vulnerable. And the only way he can think of doing that is like, okay, you can have my ship. You come over here and take command of it. I surrender. And so he's like, give me a minute just to tell my crew what's going to happen. And that's when they set the self-destruct. And that's, I love how the camera's right in close on Kirk's face, because this is the moment where he's just lost his son, and now he's given up his ship. This thing that's like a home to him. It's almost like a character in itself. Like, it's been around for so long, and it means so much to him.
It probably does mean as much to him as his son, because to Kirk, the Enterprise isn't a ship. The Kirk is a person, or the ship. The Enterprise to him is a person. It's almost like you could say the Enterprise is his wife. Like, without obviously sexual connotations, but that's what this ship means to him. And I like the callback as well when they're implementing the destruct sequence, how they use all the codes from "Let That Be Your Last Battlefield," where instead of Spock, you've got Chekhov giving his codes, and anybody who remembers that in the episode, it was used as a bluff. So you get the feeling here, okay, maybe they are going to use this as a bluff again. Maybe it's not going to happen. And then you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah, so they beam off the ship at the same time the Klingons beam on. And they make their way to the bridge. There doesn't seem to be anyone there, so they're obviously confused by this, and they're looking around. There's no one around, and Krug wants a report from his first officer, so he's like, well, that's weird, the place seems to be deserted, but the computer's the only thing talking. And he's like, well, let me hear. And it's like just the countdown of like 5, 4, 3. You just see Krug go like, get off of there. But he's the only one who realizes what it means.
But it's just so eerie as they're going through the ship as well, because we know what's going to happen. And you'll notice as they're walking through the corridors, the metal actually, and as Kirk and friends are abandoning the ship, you notice subtly some of the metal starts to turn red, as in the ship's preparing to blow itself up. But in the blow up sequence, you're like, it's not going to happen. Then this just blew me away as a kid. I'm like, oh my God, it happened. But this is what I wanted to touch on, bringing this into 2 other movies. So at the time watching this, like the audience is obviously pretty much in shock. They've watched Kirk throw his career away. They watched David get killed almost out of nowhere. Now they're seeing the Enterprise destroyed. Now, if you look at the 2 other times in Star Trek they've done this, Generations was a terrible movie. Awful. And Kirk's death scene, everybody involved should be ashamed of it. But what did they do in that movie to distract from it? Well, in Star Trek 3, they blew up the Enterprise, and we want to redesign the ship for the next movie anyway, so we're going to blow up the Enterprise. So I remember when I was walking out of Generations back in '94, first time seeing it, that's all we could talk about. I'm like, my God, they blew up the Enterprise. Like, it was a diversion from how terrible the rest of that movie was. So it was used as a distraction. Then they do it again in Star Trek Beyond, which, to be honest, that movie is so forgettable. It's one of the only things I remember. They blow up the Enterprise again for a 3rd time. And at this point, I'm just like, they did this again? This is just pathetic. So but it was done in the right way, because they didn't use blowing up the Enterprise to distract from how shit their movie was. It was a sequence of events that is breaking down poor Captain Kirk. And I think it's just done brilliantly. And it's like, the layers of this movie keep building and building on top of each other. And that's what makes good drama, which is what Generations completely missed. I'm like, your entire drama can't be, okay, yes, you blew up the Enterprise, but really, and you ashamedly did a terrible job of killing Captain Kirk, but that's the only thing of note that really happens in that movie. Where here it's like, it's a sequence of events where when you're done watching the movie or walking out of the theater for the first time seeing it, especially if you're a Trek, you're like, oh my God, that was amazing. Again, how can people say this is a bad movie when you have scenes like this?
Yeah, the scene in Star Trek Beyond where the Enterprise gets destroyed, that just it made no impact on me, because one, this ship got its ass kicked in every single movie. It never felt like a character. It was just this big shiny thing that got them from place to place. And the scene was never given a moment to breathe. Nope. In this, like you're yeah, like there's just shit going on constantly. Things are exploding, people are fighting, there's people running around everywhere. Like it's just a battle, and it's just chaos, and the ship just like separates into pieces and then blows up. And it's like, it means nothing to me. No. In this, you really feel the weight and the significance of it, because you take the time to see them go through the self-destruct sequence. You see the impact it has on Kirk. You see how much it means. The music is really, it really rises to that kind of epic, poignant peak. And then you get the Klingons come on board. It goes silent, and then there's the destruction. And it, the bridge explodes. Then the saucer section is kind of like vaporized from the inside. It detonates. The remains of the ship crashes through the atmosphere, and you get that beautiful shot of the guys standing on the mountaintop, watching it go down through the sunset. Just this fiery comet crashing through the sky with the music playing over the whole thing. And it's so well played out. Like, you can't help but feel the emotion of that scene.
And all practical effects. And then there's that line as you see just the burning wreck of what was the Enterprise crashing down to the Genesis planet. That line again from Shatner. Brilliantly performed. My God, Bones, what have I done?
Yeah.
And then for McCoy, what you had to do, what you always do, turn death into a fighting chance to live. Like,
Yeah.
just so many brilliant scenes in this film.
Yeah. What a kind of eulogy for the Enterprise and for Kirk as a character. It was, yeah. I don't think you could have given a ship a better send off than that. It was just wonderfully played out, and I really enjoyed it. So, with the Enterprise destroyed, the Kirk and the others make their way to Spock and Saavik, who's they're still being guarded by the Klingons. I think Spock kills one of them by just throwing him right across the area they're in, the clearing they're in, and the planet is starting to self-destruct around them. Spock is aging rapidly, and he's obviously going through agonizing pain as this is happening. Kirk takes out the other Klingon guard, and then reunites with Saavik, who explains what had happened, and he lays his son to rest while they're there. Again, each moment is just given enough time to breathe and like sink in before they move on to the next thing.
And just the looks on the rest of the crew, their faces, as Kirk is basically lying his son to rest, also brilliantly done.
Yeah.
Like, just like the whole second half of this movie is just a non-stop emotional roller coaster. Like, it's just, like I said, it's absolutely brilliant.
And you've the scene as well, I know it jumps back a little bit, but it's like when Kirk kind of collapses into his chair on the Enterprise when he finds out his son's dead, and you get a little just close up on each of the other characters reacting to him.
Yep.
And the look on Scotty's face it's like genuine heartbreak, because he's probably never seen Kirk so brought so low as this.
Well, none of them have, because even though obviously they're more than colleagues, they're family, but all of these people, except for maybe Dr. McCoy, but the rest of them, so Sulu, Chekhov, Scotty, they're used to seeing Kirk as like this unbreakable figure of authority and confidence, and you just look on their faces, they're like, obviously they all admire and look up to Captain Kirk, and just the look on their faces, just seeing this man absolutely broken. And it's like, again, nonverbal acting, which we never see anymore, but done brilliantly in this film.
Yeah. A single look can just mean so much. And like you say, that's something you don't get now. Everyone has to be screaming about something. But yeah, so Kirk realizes that the only way they can get off the planet now is if they get the Klingon commander to come down and beam them up. So he gets him on the radio and says, like, we're here. I'm going to trade the secret of Genesis if you bring us up. And that's when Krug comes down to the planet to kind of take them hostage so he can deal with Kirk personally. He wants revenge. And so, you've got a good sort of dynamic between those two characters. Like, Krug has lost his entire crew because of Kirk. Kirk has lost his ship and his son because of this guy. They both just want to fucking kill each other, like, more than anything. The absolute hatred between these two is just, it's tangible almost, and rightly so.
Yep. And it's I don't know, it's just beautiful scenes in this movie, and it continues all the way through to the end. But
yeah,
and I don't think we've ever really seen this from any of the other Star Trek crews. The closest maybe in the Next Generation, but I think even when they killed Data in Nemesis and they have that little eulogy at the end, it doesn't have the impact as to what we're seeing in this movie. When it doesn't have the same emotional resonance as it does with these scenes when Kirk's family essentially are watching him lose and bury his son. And there was something special about the original crew that, in terms of camaraderie, in terms of chemistry, that was never repeated. Like the Next Generation. It was a good show, but it wasn't on the same level. Deep Space Nine wasn't really formulated that way from the beginning. I think in terms of story, it was the best of the Star Trek series. Voyager and Enterprise definitely didn't, and real Star Trek ended after that, so we're not even going to discuss current Trek. But, and I think it's even within the history of franchises, within the history of television, I can't think of a cast that's ever been as well put together that has the chemistry of the original Star Trek crew. I'm sure, this is just my opinion. I know obviously everybody's entitled to their own opinions, but in my view, I think this is the best ensemble cast possibly in history.
They just by the time you get to these movies, they're like an old pair of boots or something, like just comfortable. They're well worn in, and yeah, you really get the sense that these guys have been together and been through the mill with each other for a long time.
Yeah,
and I think that just plays out well. But yeah, so this is the kind of big showdown, I guess. The others get beamed up to the bird of prey. Spock's left there because Krug just wants to be an asshole, and he's like, right, you want me to beam him up? Well, I'm not gonna, because
you wish it.
Yeah, because you wish it, exactly. And so I think he's got the drop on Kirk, but like the planet's starting to blow up, and like the ground gives way beneath him, so it kind of throws him off balance, and then they end up having a good old-fashioned Star Trek scrap,
Yep.
And they do a bit of everything. Like Krug lifts Kirk off the ground and strangles him. Kirk does like a few kicks and karate chops. I think he falls off a ledge, and Kirk just like throws himself off after him.
You always have the classic Kirk scenes or Kirk fighting scenes, but I think this is the best Kirk fighting scene. And as this is going on, you've got the planet literally destroying itself around them.
Yeah.
And there's that one line where Krug says, "Give me Genesis." On my old RCA Selectivision disc, and these discs were known for skipping, and once a skip developed in the groove, you could never get rid of it. And on that disc, every time I watched it, when it got to the "Give me Genesis" line, the thing just went completely schizophrenic and skipped back and forth through it 5 or 6 times. So I've seen a version of that line. So even now, when I watch the movie, when it gets to that scene, and it's been like 30 plus years since I've watched anything on Selectivision CED discs. But even to this day, whenever that line comes up, I still expect it to skip all over the place. So it gives it even more drama. My own personal drama I get.
Well, what's weird as well is like when Krug is saying that, so I'm like, "Give me Genesis," as if Kirk's just got all the information to hand.
Well, he was just like give to him. Presentation. He did replace his ex, so kind of. But yeah, no, Kirk's not a scientist. They should have been after Spock, although Spock's not really capable of discussing Genesis. But I thought that was funny. Like, it is kind of a whole. How is he going to give you Genesis?
The one guy that could have helped him has
been destroyed.
Yeah, the one guy that could have helped him is now dead because you ordered him killed.
Yep.
So yeah, like that's probably a flaw in his plan right there.
Yep. It's like you just killed the inventor because you're an idiot.
Yeah, I think I would have been happier at that point if Krug was just out to kill Kirk in the most painful, drawn-out way possible, rather than still keeping up this pretense of wanting the Genesis device, because clearly that's just not going to be possible at that point.
Yeah, I wonder if the fact that this fight scene was so over the top, but in a good way, I wonder if that was at the insistence of Shatner. It's like, I want to make this the most over-the-top thing I've ever done. I could see that happening behind the scenes. And then Leonard Nimoy's like, "Okay, you've been good. Okay, I'll give you your fight."
It's like, "Okay, Bill, I'll throw you a bone."
And then just the way it ends, Krug explodes in a puff of smoke. I'm like, yes, awesome. Ultimate Kirk scene.
Yeah, well, he gets bowled into a big pit of lava, doesn't he? Because he's hanging off a cliff. Like the ground gives way beneath him in the middle of the fight, and Kirk's like, "Oh, give me your hand, I'll pull you up," because he's got to have his heroic moment. And Krug's just grabs his ankle to try and pull him in.
And that's had enough of and he just falls off, and then the body explodes, literally.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, it's like a proper slow motion fall. But yeah, that is the end of Krug. So he's proper dead. And so the planet's in its death throes. Kirk picks up Spock and grabs the radio, or sorry, the comms unit, and he's heard Krug say the Klingon phrase for "beam me up." So that's
Joy Ju.
Joy Ju. So he beams up just in the nick of time, and they're on the bridge of the Klingon bird of prey, and of course they don't know how to operate this thing because they need to get the hell out of there. But he's like, nobody knows how the thing works, so they're like puzzling over the switches.
This, this. Kirk just lets them that or nothing. Again, so they bring the humor, and then right from that scene, it goes to the McCoy Spock scene, which in some cases, some could say the change in tone is jarring. But I'm like, no, in this case, it actually works, the way they go back and forth. And again, it's the way it was written by Harve Bennett and the way it was directed by Leonard Nimoy. I think they work really well.
I think it does a good job of building up the gravitas of what's about to happen. And just reminding you, like, these are real people who've got this real bond. And it means a lot to each other, and as much as McCoy falls out with Spock and they clash all the time, like he loves him as a brother almost, and respects him, and he wants him back, and it's a good scene. It's nice to see DeForest Kelley getting scenes like that.
Yep, and it was one of the best scenes of his career.
Yes. I sent you a message, by the way, just okay. So I don't know if you've seen it.
Okay, I will go ahead right now.
I know you've got one of your buddies who wants to come in, who's a big fan of Star Trek 3, so he's got a few things he wants to say as well.
Very good friend of mine who is absolutely obsessed. I'm just going to send him the message here to send him the link. But no, it's a friend of mine who's also a director who is absolutely obsessed with this movie. He's actually he's done live streams with Doomcock, Robert Meyer Burnett, actually on Star Trek 3. He's been on with Gary Nerdrotic several times. He's been on with me several times, so we'll just wait until he shows up in the chat, and he should be there shortly.
Cool.
But yeah, so we were talking. We were talking about so the change in tone, and then McCoy and that scene between him and Spock.
Yeah, so it gives McCoy a chance to make peace with Spock, and he's obviously still wrestling with this conflicting personality in his mind. So it's still like two people within him. He wants it out of him, but he wants to make peace with Spock before it all goes through. So it's a well played out scene, I think, and then it sets it up for their arrival at Vulcan, where they're to go through the ceremony that's going to, excuse me, try and put Spock's spirit back into his body, because they've now got the spirit, which is in McCoy, and the body, which is essentially just an empty vessel at this point.
Yeah.
Which is now it's mature, just like Leonard Nimoy, so it's brought up to date again, and they've got to try and bring him back. The Mega Geek's just backstage, so I'll bring him right in. Hello, good sir.
Oh, Ian, you're muted.
You're muted, mate.
I'm sorry. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm all right. How are you doing? How are you both doing? I've been listening very carefully, and I kind of agree with everything you've said just now. For the last hour. Have you been going on for an hour?
We've been going on
2 hours. About an hour and a half, I think. Oh, 2 hours now we're at. Yeah, it's been going for a while.
2 hours, 15 minutes.
So what bit are you up to now then? You're up to the end, aren't you? Where
so they're about to land on Vulcan and do the ceremony that's going to put Spock's spirit back in his body.
Yeah, that's cool.
Ian. This is my friend Ian, Mega Geek, director of the wonderful and award-winning Rebecca Gold web series. And as you mentioned before, absolutely obsessed with this movie.
Oh God, I think this is the best Star Trek movie of the classic Star Trek, if you know what I mean. I personally think, I know everybody says that Wrath of Khan is, and I like Wrath of Khan, but I think this one tops even number 6, Undiscovered Country. I think this is the best out of all of them, and I'll explain why. I'll just let Critical Drinker finish the movie, but anyway.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think we're pretty much at the end now. So they kind of set up the ceremony that they're going to do. That's going to try and fuse Spock's spirit back into his body. There's a bunch of really young, attractive Vulcans there. Well, not really young, but like probably in their 20s or something. But they're very scantily clad, which I just thought was a nice little touch. It's like, God bless the 80s. They're just standing there in the background, like wearing very little, and it's like, yeah, can rock on. Anyway, so yeah, they're going to do this, but they warn McCoy, like, look, there's as much risk to you during this ceremony as there is to Spock. So don't go into this thinking that you're going to be saved from all of this and there'll be no repercussions. And McCoy, who's this character who's always been kind of risk averse throughout, you know, the original series and the movies, you know, he's always avoided trouble if he could. You know, he puts himself forward and he says, well, I'm willing to take that risk. I choose to do this because it's the right thing to do. And it's a great little moment for McCoy, facing up to his fears and taking on the danger.
Son of David.
Yeah, McCoy, son of David. He's like McCoy, Leonard A., son of David.
Son of David.
he plays it just straight enough that like you get the gravitas of the scene, but he puts his own kind of McCoy spin on it. That he's a little bit kind of laconic about the whole thing, and it's just it's McCoy to a T. So it's really it's perfectly fine for me. And then the ceremony is it's fairly. I don't know how you'd even describe it. Like it doesn't go into a lot of detail. There's not loads of like action or drama while this is happening. It's just like a panning shot over like the different characters, the crew. Everyone's just waiting to see if this thing has worked or not. And
I think that works because I think had they gone into detail explaining how this worked, then it would have become a joke. Then it would have become farcical.
Yeah,
I think it's best to leave it as, you know, this is something about the Vulcans that we don't understand. We know they can mind meld, so somewhere this makes sense, but let's not explain it.
You know what would happen if they did this now, though, eh? Like there would be bolts of lightning flashing everywhere, and the priestess would be like, I need your help. There's not enough power, and they all have to like join hands or something and like lend their strength to it. And
no, that's not what will happen. They'll probably Spock will get up as a woman. That's probably what happened.
Yeah. But the way this is done is fine. Like you're never quite clear on whether it's working or not. You just don't know, and it's good. That's the element of mystery it should have. And it's only when it's over, you know, McCoy walks away and he just looks drained and kind of shocked by the whole experience. And then it's Kirk and Spock, and you get that really nicely shot scene where it's just the two of them facing each other, and it's the thumbnail I used because there's no music or anything as they're going, and just really sparse dialogue of, you know, I think Spock starts reciting the things he said just as he died, like the ship out of danger, and Kirk says yes, and it is.
I was going to say a little known fact is the entire movie was written backwards from that scene.
Yes, it was. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's and it started with the name Jim. Your name is Jim. Mm-hmm. He started with that and effectively wrote the movie backwards from there.
Right.
Very clever.
Yeah, and that is what a perfect way to sort of signify that Spock is back. You know, his final line, I guess, is to say, you know, Jim, your name is Jim. Like he recognizes him, he knows that they're friends, and that's the beginning of him starting to piece himself back together. And that's enough for you to know, okay, it worked. You know, Spock is back now. And, you know, everyone can then kind of come in and congratulate them or welcome him back or whatever it might be, and that's kind of how the movie ends. And it's they finally got Spock back. Kirk had to sacrifice just about everything that he had, and he was willing to do that for his friend.
You know that shot where Leonard Nimoy raises his eyebrow? You can just see, because we don't get that shot with Shatner where he laughs when he raises his eyebrow. You can just see his shoulder going up, and you can tell that he's laughing. And then they obviously don't show Shatner laughing, but you can. I don't know whether he really laughed on set or whether he did that as a performance to say that I've done it. Do you know what I mean? So it's a subtle, but if you look at the film again, you'll see that he laughs when he puts up his eyebrow, and then that's how the film ends, which is quite cool. Yeah. I
mean, it seems like a natural reaction. Like a lot of people, they laugh during stressful moments, or when it's sheer relief. It worked. Everything that I did was worth it, and laughter is just kind of a natural response to that. So I could buy it as a piece of performance.
Yeah. Another thing I noticed I watched it again a couple of weeks ago, and I watched it on Blu-ray in 4K. Okay. And the recap in the beginning with William Shatner when he's at the funeral and they got Spock in there, because it's on 4K, you can literally see William Shatner with tears in his eyes. Now, I remember seeing this in the cinema, and I don't remember William Shatner, even when I was watching Wrath of Khan, that ending bit. I don't remember him being so emotional, but I guess because of the technology now, you can see it far more clearly that he has tears in his eyes, which I found fascinating personally.
Yeah, I don't remember him actually crying.
No, he wasn't crying.
Like I remember the voice breaking, and his kind of lip trembling as he was giving his eulogy. But I never remembered really tears in his eyes during that scene. But like you say, maybe it's just the better resolution.
Yes,
you can see it better.
Yeah. And I was taken aback because, as I said, the first time I saw it was in the cinema. The second time I saw it was on VHS. The third time I saw it was on TV, and now a couple of times I've seen it's on Blu-ray and now on 4K. As I said, it's another thing that I notice as well about the 4K and the Blu-ray is that they obviously fixed it. The film doesn't weave. Do you know what that means when the film weaves?
Weaves.
Yeah. So when you're watching a movie and it's shot on film and you see the credits.
Yeah,
the credits move slightly. That's because of the film going through the projector, and the film is moving slightly. But with technology now, they can literally stop that. They can make it stop weaving and have it a solid thing on screen. So when they probably did the 4K and the Blu-ray, they probably did something on it so that every shot doesn't weave. It's solid, if you know what I mean.
Right. Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So
I think so. Yeah. The thing is, like, I'm always on two minds of this kind of thing. When you can say eliminate film grain, you can make everything super high definition if you want to. If you want to shoot them in 60 frames per second, you can do that. I'm not always a fan of that because I kind of appreciate a little bit of film grain in my movies. It makes you, I don't know how to describe it. It's like, it just really gives you that feeling of like I'm watching a movie rather than I'm watching someone's home video or something like that, which is what you sometimes get.
Yeah.
But I think with things like that, when they eliminate like that slight jerkiness, that slight judder that you get with the credits and things like that, just to stabilize it, I'll be all right with that, I think. Just from a technical aspect.
Another thing that I realized as well is that, do you remember that bit where Saavik is asleep and then Spock's fire starts and everything starts shuddering and stuff like? Do you notice the shot where the tree lifts in the air and there's a Klingon in the tree? Did you see that?
No, I never saw that.
Take a look at it again. You'll see a guy in the tree. So I'm assuming they took that shot from the ending when the whole thing was going and they needed something more, so they put that shot in. But if you look closely, there's a Klingon in the tree. So
holy shit.
Take a look again. You know what? I was listening to you and Gary when you were talking about Star Trek 2, when they stop Kirk from going forward to when Spock's in the thing, and there's two people holding him by both arms, and there's that one guy, at the bottom. Right, it's like that.
I fucking hate Gary for pointing that out.
Yeah,
I can never see that scene and not think of that.
Yeah, but now you can't see that scene with the tree now. So next time you see it, you'll see that Klingon is in the tree. So there you go.
Oh, that's brilliant, man.
Oh dear, oh dear.
It's just funny, these little things that you notice. But yeah, I mean, like, I know obviously you've missed out on a lot of the chat. Like, I think when Bowlestrek and I were just giving our initial thoughts on the movie, my take is certainly, you know, it's the most underappreciated of the Star Trek movies. You know,
Totally
it's
agree.
after following up Wrath of Khan, which delivered on so many big sort of emotional scenes and all that sort of stuff. Like, I think maybe this film's kind of overshadowed by that, but if it was seen more on its own merits, I think people would probably appreciate it for being a really great Star Trek movie in its own right.
But it is, though. It is, and as I said, I think this is the best one out of all of them. Yes, Undiscovered Country was brilliant, and the effects were, I mean, it was just really good. But I still think the reason why I think this one is so good, maybe it's because I saw it when I was very young, and it left an impression on me. I was in the cinema, but I only used the edge of my seat, if you know what I mean, because every scene in that film, you were like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? I mean, there was some of that in Wrath of Khan as well, but this one more so. You know, them stealing the Enterprise getting blown up, Kirk's son dying. You know, and all the scenes are really well directed, really well done by Leonard Nimoy, and for that alone, I think this one is the best one in my opinion. Totally the best one out of all of them.
I mean, I can say, like, watching scenes like David get killed or the Enterprise being destroyed, it really pulls at the heartstrings, I guess, and it's kind of hard to watch because it means a lot to you.
Yeah.
When you see that happen, and I think it's not often that you know, movies have that kind of effect on you, and this movie absolutely does. And I don't know, you know, if it's that combination of like, okay, there's an awful lot of bad things that happen in the film that it almost puts a somber tone on it, and also that it's kind of walking back the big emotional payoff of Wrath of Khan. You know, Spock sacrificing himself, kind of undoing that people don't kind of appreciate it, because it's like, it just feels like it's cheating a little bit. But I just see it as like a really well built up movie that earns all of its things that it does.
It does. Well, I think one thing, and sorry guys, I had to disappear for a couple minutes. I'm sure I have never made it through a stream without my dog interrupting me. So, but no, there is the question of undoing Star Trek 2, but I think it does it so well that it's not really an issue. But I also think with the this is a very, like, there are humor elements, but this is a very dark, depressing movie, but it does end on a positive note. But I think that's why doing Star Trek 4 in the way they did was so clever, because Star Trek, the original series, like, it was a very diverse series, diverse in the traditional usage of the term. But it was such a diverse series. So Star Trek 4, and again, directed by Leonard Nimoy, I've always seen as a direct answer to Star Trek 3, where there have been criticisms where, okay, damn, these movies have just become too depressing. They're like, okay, we're going to do something that's uplifting. And that's why I think as a trilogy, these work, where, you know, you have just the serious philosophical questions in Star Trek 3. You have Kirk being put through the ringer. You have, you know, the depressing ending of Star Trek 2. And then like, okay, we're going to do a movie that's just fun. And that's what Star Trek 4 is. And I think in many ways, Star Trek 4 even augments Star Trek 3, where it's like, okay, we've been through the ringer, but we're all back and we're back to having a good time. Same thing about the franchise. Okay, the franchise did get dark, but, you know, it's back to the way things always were. But
yeah, I think, yeah, you're exactly right. And they were able to do that without it seeming like just completely reactionary and grasping at straws.
Yeah.
But, you know, what was really great about Star Trek 3 was that first of all, you had Leonard Nimoy directing. He had something to prove. Okay, he wanted to be known as a director, and he had something to prove. So basically, he really poured his heart into this film. He made sure that every character had something to do. He made sure that the characters connected. He made sure that he focused on the characters. So, in some ways, Star Trek 3 is better directed than Star Trek 2, if you know what I mean. He even went out of his way to have scenes where, like when Kirk's son died, and obviously that famous scene where he falls off his chair, there's no music at all, none whatsoever. And that kind of lends a seriousness to the scene. Yes, it was a darker episode to the Star Trek franchise, but it ended in a really uplifting, hopeful way, if you know what I mean. So
I get what you're saying, and I think you're definitely onto that, something with the script being more well-rounded and well-balanced between all the characters, because Wrath of Khan was obviously very much a Kirk story. It was completely centered on him. You know, he had a lot of scenes to play off with Spock and Spock's ultimate sacrifice, but a lot of the other characters like Chekhov, Sulu, Uhura, it was, well, definitely Sulu and Uhura, they really didn't do anything in the course of that movie. It was much more focused. Whereas this one, there's more of a spread where, you know, they all get to do something. They all have their moment. They all get their heroic scene. And it's shown as a team effort because they're all sacrificing their careers as well to help Kirk.
Yeah.
And that's made plain.
Well, this movie wouldn't have been the same had it been directed by Nick Meyer. Brilliant director, did a brilliant job with Star Trek 2. But he didn't know anything about Star Trek going into it. Although, unlike anybody running anything now, he did research and watched every episode in detail. But I don't know if this movie would have been the same had it been directed by anybody other than Leonard Nimoy. Because he was there, he understood Star Trek, he understood these characters, and that's why it works, because you have somebody controlling things, somebody directing it who does understand these characters, who does understand what these things mean, who does understand the emotional impact of destroying the Enterprise.
I think Harv Bennett said it's the only time in a movie that you couldn't fire the director because he was also the star of the movie. So if you can't fire Leonard Nimoy, so it was the only time that Leonard Nimoy had more power than he thought he had, if you know what I mean. He had a hard time making the film, but they really couldn't fire him. Otherwise, they would have all been fucked, basically. So Leonard Nimoy pushed everything from talking to ILM about the effects that he wanted, because they were going to go out and shoot somewhere. They were going to go on location, but they couldn't afford it, so they had to do everything in the studio and stuff. So he was making sure everything was done the way he wanted it to be done. So that's I guess another reason why it's so good, in my opinion. Yeah,
I mean, it's obviously very clear that they're doing it on a soundstage when they do the Genesis Planet scenes, but it's fine. Like, again, that it kind of ties into what I was saying earlier about, like, I like film grain and stuff on my movies, and I find sound stages all right. They've got this kind of weird cozy feel to them that I kind of like. I don't know what it is, but you don't get it like when you're shooting on location, obviously, and it's just they've obviously made things up to look more dramatic and exactly the way they want it to look, and it's just it's okay.
Another thing you guys haven't mentioned is James Horner's score. James Horner makes this film. His score makes the emotion ride through every scene that his music's in. They were going to get Leonard Nimoy wanted the guy who did the music for the fourth film, Star Trek Voyage Home, and I hated that music. But Harv Bennett said to him, "No, let's just keep James Horner because it will be continuity between Wrath of Khan and The Search for Spock." So Leonard Nimoy gave in, and so James Horner did the score for this. But James Horner music is absolutely brilliant, and when you got composers that good, they can take an emotion on screen and raise it to a level and make you feel more for what's happening.
Horner's ability to convey, drama and action and stuff is an emotion at the same time is fantastic. Like, he did the soundtrack for Aliens as well. you know, and all those battle scenes and stuff, like they would be nowhere near as good without his score, like pumping in the background, just absolutely like, you know, dominating the scene. And he does the same thing here. I did mention it a couple of times, like with things like the battle scene between the Enterprise and the Klingon bird of prey, that tension builds, and you get the score changes every time you're on board the bird of prey, because it's like the Klingon theme. It's subtle, but it's just brilliant for building up that tension.
Yeah, it is absolutely. I love James Horner. It's a shame we lost him too soon, unfortunately. So I love
his theme for these movies as well, and going with kind of what they called the Star Trek naval theme, I guess is what they were going with. Although the theme was never used again, which sucks. It was only used for these two films.
Yeah,
and then eventually they went back to the corny theme from Star Trek 4, and then they just went to the Next Generation theme. Which was the motion picture theme.
I have to be honest, like I'm not a fan of the music in 4. I'm
in
agreement with you on that one. I get that they wanted a more upbeat theme, and you know, they certainly got that, but it doesn't feel very Star Trek-y. Yeah,
it's flat. The music is flat. It doesn't bring anything above what's happening on the screen. I said a great composer is a guy that, like, for instance, I give an example, right? John Williams is one of my favorite composers of all time. And if you watch, try it. Drinker and Bowlestrek, I challenge you to try it. When you watch E.T., take the sound off and watch the bike chase. It's as boring as fuck. And when you put the volume up, you'll see it comes to life because of the music. And that's a good composer. In my opinion, of course.
This is what film used to be. It isn't so much anymore, but especially in the 70s and into the 80s, film was a work of art.
Of course.
Where, you know, when you look at any of these classic films, the soundtrack comes alive. Like I still have somewhere in my basement, I've got a box with the original vinyl releases of the soundtracks from all the Star Trek films. It's too. Like it's not now. It's just generic crap for anything coming out of Hollywood. But back then, for any major film, the soundtrack itself was a work of art. You could listen to that for hours. In fact, I think the only thing I like out of Star Trek V is the soundtrack. But we don't get that anymore. You'll never get soundtracks like these. You watch, say, any old Spielberg movies, original Star Wars. It's like, you listen to the soundtrack, I'm like, we don't get this anymore. They were passionate, organic soundtracks.
Well, I don't know how old you guys are, but I'm quite old. And I remember before the internet, the only way you can revisit the film was to listen to the soundtrack. So I'd be sitting on my bed.
I got old and grumpy over time, man. I remember the pre-internet days. The world was so much better.
But yeah, I used to sit in my bed with my huge headphones on and listen to the soundtrack, and that's the only way you could bring the film back in your mind, by listening to the soundtrack.
That and the novelization.
Yes, that too. Yes, of course.
I still have my Star Trek 3 book, also in the basement. Even the book is worn to hell because I read it so many times. My LP of the soundtrack is also worn out. It's like, just like I said, when I was a kid, for several years, I was like you, Ian. I was absolutely obsessed with this film. And it's there's a list of maybe 30 to 40 or so films that I make it a point I watch at least once a year. Star Trek 3 is the only, actually Star Trek 2 and 3 are the only Star Trek movies that I watch every year. And every summer, without fail, I watch them.
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned Star Wars there briefly in terms of soundtracks. Yeah, like it's very much the same thing. I've noticed that, you know, you can instantly identify the Star Wars theme from the original trilogy, and the Imperial March, Vader's theme, the Obi-Wan's theme, all of those things. They're iconic, they're brilliant, they perfectly fit the characters and all that. I couldn't pick you out a single piece from any of the sequel movies.
Except for when they reuse the original themes.
Yes.
Yeah, but then that's just stealing. But even things like the prequels, like the Duel of the Fates, another excellent piece of soundtrack that's really evocative. Even if the movies weren't great, the soundtracks were really good. But from the new ones, they're bland. They're really anemic. They don't really evoke anything.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why if you want. Do you want me to tell you why?
No. I do want you
apart
to tell
from the
me.
movie being shit, of course. I'll tell you the reason why. The reason why is because if you look at the 70s movies and the 80s movies, they were scenes constructed for music. I'll give you an example. There's a scene in Empire Strikes Back where, you know, it kind of goes to the next scene and all you see is Star Destroyers moving slowly in the sky, and it's the big theme, the Imperial March, and you see ships flying across and everything, and then it kind of, you see it for like even I think it's less than 30, maybe even less than a minute, and then you cut to the scene. So that scene with those ships were constructed to help the music along, right? And it's the same thing with Close Encounters. If you watch Star Wars, the original Star Wars, is the same thing with that. So there were literally scenes in the film for music, and the directors wanted it that way. But today, because everybody has a small attention span, films move much faster. Look at Star Trek 3. Look how, I think it took about 20 minutes maybe to really get going, but none of that 20 minutes was boring. No, it was interesting.
That's because
you know what I mean?
Film used to be art.
Yeah.
Now it's just throwaway junk food. That's
you've hit the nail on the head, mate. That's what you've done.
And when you do have, very rarely, but when you do have something like Joker, which is directed and written like a classic Hollywood movie, people are like, "My God, this is good." I'm like, "This is what movies used to be."
Yeah.
Where the young people, I'm like, wow, this is so different. And us grumpy old people would be like, no, this is what it used to be.
What it should be.
Shut up. Yeah,
it should be.
Hopefully it will be again, but
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, someone in chat's pointed this out. Actually, I mentioned this in one of my reviews of Star Wars. What J.J. Abrams does, and people like him, is rapid fire stupidity, where you present the audience with a whole bunch of shit that all happens like in really close succession, so you're not really given time to think about it and consider how it all fits together, because then you would realize it's all nonsense. But it's just straight on to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing, and everyone's running about and stuff's exploding, and hurry, go, don't stop and think, just make the next thing happen. And that's how they get around it. Like you say, it's disposable because you're not meant to think about it for more than a few seconds before the next brightly colored thing happens on screen to draw your attention away from it. Whereas this movie, you compare like Star Trek 3 to any of that, it's ponderously slow and really like, you know, thoughtful and methodical in comparison, because it's meant to be. That's how movies were made, because things have impact when you build them up.
Well, Star Trek 3 is one of those films that has withstood the test of time. Like, I still can't believe it, but the film is now 36 years old. This is a film from 1984. Here we are watching it in 2020, and it still resonates. 36 years from now, are the Avengers movies going to be resonating with anyone? No. It's movies up until, I'd say, maybe partway through the 90s were made to be timeless. Then there was that shift, and it got worse when film was dropped for digital.
Yeah,
where
I
movies
think I honestly see Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings trilogy was the kind of last stand of that.
And there we're looking at 2000. Then that ended in 2003. So 17 years since we can say we had something that was legitimately timeless. I'm like, we still have the Christopher Nolan films and a handful of others that will stand the test of time, but they're very few and far between. Whereas I watch anything from the 70s, I watch anything from the 80s, even I love low budget horror. Even those I find they stand the test of time. Give me some B grade, recently recovered horror film from 1978, and I'll watch that over anything that was being pumped out in theaters a year ago. We can't say it now because Hollywood's done, thank God. But it's filmmaking, it's a lost art. You still have I think Quentin Tarantino is another example there of someone who is a real director. But they're few and far between. We don't get real movies anymore. We get what I'll call disposable shit.
You're absolutely right, because the art of directing as well is lost as well. So if you understand the art of directing, it's not that you just point the camera and shoot A to B style, because that's what most films do these days. But you'd watch something like I don't know, the guy that directed the Transformers, Michael Bay. He'll move the camera all the time. But if you look in the 70s, French Connection, Jaws, Spielberg moves the camera to emote an emotion. And that's why you do a tracking shot. That's why you do a shot looking up or looking down, to basically show what the person is feeling through a camera move. And that's direction. It's not about pointing 6 cameras at someone and just picking the best angle. And the art of directing is being lost today, because they're not taught that. They're not taught. And who can afford to go to film school? Do you know what I mean?
Well, so, and how many times do you see the shark? I'm like, it's one example that I use of, and a lot of people disagree with me, but I love the original Amityville Horror. And I see people watching it, and I'm like, this is crap. Nothing's happening. I'm like, no, the whole movie is about building tension. This is what good horror used to do. This is what movies did. You let the characters breathe. You understood the characters, which is, and like I said, and then you look at the Amityville remake, which was 2005. I'm like, you take that concept, you completely miss the point of the original concept, and then just ruin the concept.
I mean, I love that bit that Nimoy directed, the bit where Kirk is getting the mind meld.
Yeah.
When he I can't remember the Spock's father's name now. So late.
Zarek
comes in to find out what happened to Spock, and he has that close up of the eye, and then the mouth, and then the voice of. Do you know what I mean? That's direction. That is direction. Yeah. Leonard Nimoy had something to prove, and he did it very, very well. If you look at that film this is one of the reasons why I love Star Trek 3. It's because the direction is right on. If you can see what Nimoy did, you'd appreciate the movie even more. You know, and as a filmmaker, I can see what he did, and I can understand normies watch it and stuff will just go way over their head. But Nimoy, in my opinion, he did a great job on this movie.
Yeah,
great job. So. Yeah.
And it's interesting how I think of how I've reinterpreted this movie over the years. When I first saw it, I was 6. Well, now I'm a few decades older, more than I'd like to admit. But now, you know, I when I was a kid, I was always like the action of the movie, the Enterprise blowing up, things like that. And it's like this with the original series as well, where this and maybe the classic Doctor Who series are the two things that I've watched throughout my entire life. And when I watch Star Trek 3 now, how you look at it with a completely different set of eyes, say in my 40s, than I would have when I was 6. And now I can appreciate everything that Nimoy was doing. And it's the same thing with the original series episodes. You know, when I'm a kid, it's like, you love the action. I've got the episodes memorized. But then as you watch them in your 20s, you'll see them in a different way. When you watch them in your 30s, your 40s, you might see them in a different way again over time. The stories, they live with you, and then eventually you grow and understand what they were actually trying to say with this episode. Like with something like Let That Be Your Last Battlefield, when I saw it, it's like just a typical episode. But then as I got older, I'm like, okay, this is where they were going with that story. Which I think it's unique for Trekkies and even original Star Trek fans or Star Wars fans, not the new ones. But these movies that we've had, same thing, say with the Godfather movies or Indiana Jones, these movies that we've lived with all our lives, how we learn to see them differently as we get older, and how we also learn to appreciate what was done as we get older and see them in a different way.
Yeah, very much so. And I think as you know, in the course of what we do, like reviewing movies and all that, we get a better appreciation of just the nuts and bolts of how a story is put together and the things that have to happen in order to build on them to make the next thing happen. And so you start to appreciate when it's done really elegantly, to make it not feel clunky and hackneyed. And you get a lot of that now, but back then it was a little bit smoother. You just felt like there was more care and thought put into it, and that's why they're so much more enjoyable to watch, these older movies.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oh, okay, I can see why you had to make this conversation happen so that you can make the next chunk of the movie work, because you need to explain something that's about to happen there. It's really obvious, and it's really it's just amateurish a lot of the time, and you can just see exactly what strings they're having to pull to make things happen, and that's the difference, I think. But I was going to say,
sorry, mate, I think you have more knowledge than I mean, like, I've listened to some of your reviews on how to fix things and stuff like that. And I got to admit, your shit, mate. I'm telling you that happened, I think. So, maybe you should try making a film one day, because I know you're a novelist, right? So, I don't know, that you know what's happening, if you know what I mean. I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass or anything like that. I'm just saying that it seems like you know exactly what you're talking about with films and stuff. So, I don't know, mate. I don't know. Maybe you should consider it. Who knows?
Yeah, if they would only give me a couple $100 million, I'll make it happen, man.
I'll get onto my friends.
Yeah, I was going to say, though, because obviously people have been sending super chats throughout this whole thing, and I did say that we would tackle them once we'd kind of done a bit of chat about the movie. I don't know how you guys are placed in terms of time. I was going to try and go through them now. If that's all right with you.
I'm going to go.
Yeah, I'm all right.
I'm going to go give Grumpy her dinner. Grumpy's my dog, Lexi the husky. But yeah, no, I'll hang out. I'll be right back. But yeah, you guys go ahead. Oh, but one last slight rant I wanted to make. This movie needs a decent transfer. That Blu-ray that we got in 2009 is complete and utter shit. DNR to hell. Film grain doesn't exist. And they've been releasing the same goddamn Blu-ray over and over again for 11 years. Give us a 4K transfer of this, of all of them. God damn it! Okay, I just had to throw that.
It's coming, mate. It's coming.
If you're listening, Paramount.
No, that's the one thing that sucks about watching this movie once a year, because all I have, because I threw away my DVD collector's edition, which is actually better than the Blu-ray. I didn't throw it away.
I thought the Blu-ray was okay.
It's awful. Well, maybe you guys did better in Region 2, but this piece of ass that we got stuck with in Region 1 is awful. Looks like wax figures. There's no detail. It's terrible. And I watch it every year, and I'm like, it does kind of ruin the experience. I'm like, God damn it, just do it over again. So it wouldn't be a stream with me unless I threw in a rant somewhere.
Exactly.
So that's my rant.
You got to do it.
But I'll give Grumpy her dinner, and I will be right back.
All right, no worries.
All right, cool. Let's get fired into these.
Yeah.
Charles Caballero here says, question for the future live cast with Gary, Az, and Doom. Which scene from Rocky was your most favorite, as in the scene that made it one of your all-time favorite movies worthy of recommendation? Personally, for me, it's the scene in Rocky, the very first Rocky, actually, when he's in the 14th round and he gets floored by a combination from Apollo Creed in the corner. And his own corner, like Rocky's own trainers, are begging for him to stay down. Yeah. But somehow he manages to drag himself to his feet again, and waves Apollo in to come at him again. Like, this guy just will not fucking quit no matter what you do to him. And you actually see Apollo's shoulders just slump, like he can't believe he's having to do this again. He just wants the fight to be over. And just, for me, that's a perfect moment in cinema. You couldn't do that scene any better if you tried. You even get the close-up on Adrian, who's managed to sneak into the arena and is watching the whole thing play out. And it's just, I can't top that, really, in terms of Rocky scenes. Like, there's been many other great scenes throughout the franchise, but for me, that'll always be my favorite. And I think you can't watch that and not feel uplifted. You can't help but feel inspired by that moment. That's my favorite scene for sure.
It's only because that the movie is great, and also when the film starts, you take the journey with Rocky, and you get to like him, and you know what I mean, and you get to care about him. So when we get to the last fight, you care about him, and that's what films used to do in the past. They don't do them, they don't do them well today. Put it that way. But yeah, I get everything you're saying.
It harkens back as well to the conversation that Rocky had before the fight, where he said, all I want to do is go the distance. Like I know I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to beat Apollo Creed. I can't be that good. He's the world champion. But if I can just stay on my feet and make it to the end of the fight, that's good enough for me. And that's what he's fighting for. Is just to go out fighting and go out on his feet rather than just stay down. And everything just ties together perfectly in that film. I love it.
It's a good movie.
I can't wait to talk about it properly when we get onto it. Another one from Charles Caballero here. If Hawk from Cobra Kai started lifting weights and took his daily dose of juice, could he become a future action star worthy of legendary status? He doesn't have to take steroids to become a legend. He's already a legend in my eyes. Hawk, God bless him. Justin Stowe gave me a super chat for $5. It's just blank, so thank you for the donation. Same thing with Anthony Scioli, a $1 donation. Thank you. Mesa Sub 77 says, I have never seen this movie. I should probably get on that. You absolutely should. We've probably spoiled the shit out of it since we've been talking about it for like 3 hours, and we've discussed every aspect of it. But if you still want to see how it plays out, by all means, go for it. It's definitely a fun ride.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'd recommend it. Did you know that Leonard Nimoy did the voice for Up Your Shaft? When what's his name said Up Your Shaft?
Someone in chat mentioned that actually, that he was the voice of Turblift.
He was, yeah. Wow.
I assume they digitized him or something because it doesn't.
Must have done.
It's not got his tone or anything.
No.
So yeah, I like that. Though. Simon Butterfield here says, 2 of my favorites. Keep it up, guys. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed the stream when we did it. Michael Markowski says, happy stream. It is, like we were talking about this earlier. Bowlestrek and I were obviously known for tearing apart shitty stuff, but every so often it's nice to be happy. So it's happy hour.
It's nice to see a good film. And talk about a good film as well, isn't it?
It really is. Yeah, it's just nice to be reminded. Hey, Star Trek used to be really good, and movies used to be good. Remember that?
Yeah. Oh dear. we don't want to talk about the nonsense that's called Star Trek today. Jeez.
I know it's a shame we have to jump back 30 years in time to find the good stuff, but that's such is life. Leon K says Star Trek 2 and 3 are what Star Trek were all about as a kid: ship battles, space adventure, rousing James Horner score, and Kirk defying the odds. Abso-fucking-lutely, my friend. That's exactly what it was. And I don't know if you've noticed this as well, but like, I feel like over the years, like TNG kind of gradually overshadowed the original crew and the movies that they did. And I think now, like people, when they think of Star Trek, like TNG is kind of their go-to thing, and that sort of era, like Deep Space Nine.
Well, I will say maybe, but that has changed a little bit because the original crew went out on a high note. We're going to pretend Generations didn't happen. They went out with Star Trek 6. The Next Generation went out with Picard or Nemesis.
No.
So I think that's been sullied a little bit. But I think, and now I picked up the Next Generation Blu-ray set a couple of years ago, so I've relived all those episodes. I find personally, I think the original series actually has aged much better than the Next Generation. I find the original series to be timeless. Where I find the Next Generation now does seem kind of dated, but maybe that's just me.
I like them both, tell you the truth.
I like them both, but I prefer the original series.
They're very much both products of their time, I think as well, TNG started out, obviously Roddenberry was eventually kind of sidelined and then he passed away, but it was very much his baby. I think he was interfering with the movies, and they didn't like his ideas, and they're like, oh, just have a fucking TV show and piss off and just do that and stop bothering us. And so that was his ultimate vision of Star Trek, I think, for the first season or two. It was super, like, I guess for its time it was super progressive, and they had a fucking therapist on the bridge for them, and everyone was like, Picard was this big diplomat, and it was like the evolution of the original series into like what Roddenberry really wanted, and it didn't actually play all that well for the first season or two, and it took till season 3, I think, before it really found its footing.
Season 3 really exploded in season 4. But one thing, and I do love the Next Generation, don't get me wrong, I just prefer the original series. But one thing I will definitely give the Next Generation, it wasn't afraid to take risks, because that final season is completely batshit crazy. And it's wonderful.
Yeah.
But there's not a single normal episode that entire season, and I love it.
They said that what is it? The third season always is the one that gets better. And a lot of people have been saying to me, "Yeah, the third season of Discovery, the first episode."
I will have my video on that is going to be out either.
No.
Well, I'm trying actually, Ian. I'm trying to convince Drinker to do a video on that season.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I heard you say that, Tim. Yeah. Well, you know what? Right. God, I don't really want to talk about Discovery. I'm not watching Discovery at all. And I'll tell you the reason why. A lot of people have a go at me. This is because the same people that made season 1 and 2 is making this. I don't care how good it is. It's the principle of the fact that these people destroyed Star Trek. They cut the balls off Spock. They literally destroyed the past of Star Trek. Now they wanted to own the future of Star Trek with the same feminine agenda, and I don't want to be part of any of that nonsense. If people like it, that's good for them, but for me, it's the principle that these people that destroy Star Trek are in charge of the new Star Trek, and I just don't want to know.
Oh, I'm just here to make fun of it.
Well, good luck. I'll watch your streams while I won't.
Don't worry, the goat's going to be reviewing an episode.
Oh, great.
So, we're gonna have
If I was doing it, I wouldn't go back and rewatch all of season 1 and 2. I would just come into season 3 kind of fresh and be like, oh, so what's happening here then?
Oh, you've got to watch it. It's the season premiere has to be seen to be believed. That's all I'll say.
Okay. Man. I will think about it then. I'm going to do a few horror movies between now and then because
cool. What horror movies are you going to do?
I really want to do it. And then my next one is going to be Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the 1978 movie. Because that surprised me, man. Because that's one of those movies, like, I watched it as a kid and it scared the shit out of me. And I was like, I'll watch it as an adult and it'll be like, yeah, totally dated and cheesy. And then I rewatched it and I was like, wow, this holds up.
Yeah,
this really does. This
is a remake.
Yes, it really is, but it's a good remake.
Yep. It's like you can make good remakes. It's only 1 out of every 500, but you can have good remakes.
My favorite
that's going to be my next horror movie.
Awesome. The Exorcist is my favorite horror film of all time. I think there's nothing that can really top that, in my opinion.
Speaking of well-made classic cinema that we never see now, there's 2 examples.
Ross Mitchell here says, Bowlestrek doing a positive video. What's next? Doctor Who not being woke garbage.
Oh, okay. That's right. I did promise sometime between now and the end of the year I'll try and do a happy video.
Maybe for Christmas.
Just do your 5 favorite Doctor Who episodes or something. There you go.
Well, you know what?
A couple years ago I did the best Doctor Who Christmas. Okay, here's what I'll do. For Christmas, I'll do my top Doctor Who episodes. So you have it here. I will do an actual video without sarcasm, yelling, or swearing.
You literally went batshit when you were talking about the Discovery's been given a 4th season.
Oh,
that, and I had to turn the volume down when you were shouting.
That was the quickest I've ever had to turn around on a video, too.
Jeez.
I'm like, okay, I'm going to get this while the rage is high.
That is incredible that it's got 4 seasons. Like, CBS really hate money, don't they?
Well, yeah, CBS Viacom, I thought they were trying to dig themselves out of the hole, but apparently not.
Yeah, it's not about money, is it? I guess these days, is it? It's about the agenda. It's about teaching us something.
Yeah.
It's a platform, by the way, guys. It's a platform.
Because generally, 3 seasons is what you get to save face, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because everyone knows you get 2 seasons by default. So if you get cancelled after those 2, you've done nothing more than run out your contract. You get a 3rd one, that's enough to say, we got commissioned for a 3rd season, so we did okay, and we got our we got our run. And that's usually enough to say, right, we didn't. It wasn't a total embarrassment. We didn't get cancelled because of shit ratings. It was just we'd done what we wanted to do. But 4 just seems excessive. Like, okay, now I don't understand how you expect to make money from this.
Nor do I. I don't know how they're making money in the first place. I mean, Lower Decks didn't sell anywhere, did it?
Yeah. Oh, and Drinker, yeah. I got another recommendation. It was just in the regular chat. The original, The Haunting. You have to do that. Have you ever seen it?
Just The Haunting?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. No.
Not the god awful remake, but the original black and white film. My recommendation to everyone: watch the original Haunting.
Okay.
Somebody mentioned it in the chat. I'm like, yeah, I got to bring that up.
Well, I'm all in favor of classic horror, so yeah, I'll give that a watch. Tyrion Rezar here says, "Hail Drinker, you're the second YouTuber I'll give super chats to now. The first one is Az. Will you ever review 2011's The Thing?" Oh, thank you. Yeah, I touched on it when I did my review of the John Carpenter version. If I was to do the remake kind of prequel thingy, yeah, I'd be interested in doing that. My take on it was I don't like the CGI usage in it because the practical effects in the original were great, and it just feels a bit pointless because you know exactly where it's heading.
They had the practical effects. They did it with practical effects, and then they went over it with CGI, didn't they? That was the story.
Yeah.
So,
what a waste. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would take a look at that sometime. ActionCom here says, would you call this Shatner's finest hour as Kirk?
I would.
Ooh.
Yes.
It's up there. It really is. I mean, I think it's Wrath of Khan takes some beating with his reaction to Spock's death, and his performance in Undiscovered Country as well. I would put right up there, but it's definitely one of my best, or one of his best, should I say?
Let them die. Yeah.
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 But yeah, it proves, and it goes back to what we said earlier. He can act if you direct him properly.
Yeah.
And if he directs himself, it's a disaster.
Yeah.
Number 5.
Shatner on Shatner. He just multiplies the Shatnerness.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he needs to be controlled and reined in a bit. So yeah, having him direct himself is never a good idea.
Did you not see that outtake they had from Star Trek 6 when he was saying "Let them die"? And there's this outtake where is it Nicholas Meyer directed that one?
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Yes.
He let him go on a bit, and when you look at the outtake, he's way over the top. So you can understand why Nicholas Meyer only picked that bit and then cut the rest out. So it looks like Nicholas Meyer just let him do his thing, but pick the best bits, the bits that kind of work for the scene itself. So I guess that's how he directs Shatner, because he was saying that everyone, you know, from Leonard Nimoy to Shatner to every one of the cast, you have to direct differently because they're all very different people and they'll respond in a different way. So especially Shatner. So there you go.
Yeah, I'd heard in Wrath of Khan that he basically like kept him doing like, you know, take after take until he kind of exhausted himself.
Yeah.
He stopped acting like Shatner and he just started acting more like a normal human.
Yeah.
And those were the takes that they used. And it's like, okay. Again, like you say, you maybe have to direct each person in a different way. And with him, if you just have to kind of burn through the you know, the excessive acting to get to something more natural, that's what you have to do.
Well, Shatner has a tendency to overact, so you need a director that can tone that down. And yeah, if exhausting him is the way to do it, then do it.
It's like a kid, It's like, I just gotta let him tire himself out.
And then give him a show like Boston Legal, which I love, where he could just play himself. If you've never seen Boston Legal, watch Boston Legal.
I like Boston Legal. I think he's really good in that. Wasn't he doing TJ Hooker when he was doing Star Trek 3?
Yes. Yeah, they coincide. He also, I don't know if anybody remembers Rescue 911. I
do.
Okay.
I do.
But no, it's okay. So to put this in perspective to anybody that hasn't seen it, so this was early 90s, I think like 90, maybe 89 through 92, I think around that area there. So it was a dramatized show based on 911 calls. And some of these, even now would give you nightmares. I don't even know if you can find it anywhere. But William Shatner narrated this, and the guy was the voice of Doom.
Yes.
It's like if you watch Unsolved Mysteries, it was the 911 version of Robert Stack, where he does everything completely straight, and he's describing these horrific injuries in 911 calls. But if anybody can find it, let me know, because I actually want to re-witness that. Maybe it's streaming somewhere, but yeah.
Might be on YouTube if you check. I don't know.
Yeah. Rescue 911, Shatner and Robert Stack and the voice of Doom.
I'll tell you how I remember that. It's because when I used to go drink, well, when I was in my teens, I used to get really drunk and come home at 3 o'clock in the morning. Then it used to be the American Gladiators, and then straight after the American Gladiators, 2 o'clock in the morning, it used to be Rescue 911. So that's how I remember the show, being drunk out of my head, watching William Shatner. Well, listening to William Shatner.
It's no, we got it with. Well, I was a little bit younger, but we would get Unsolved Mysteries and Rescue 911 back to back, and both those shows would give you nightmares. So, it's you see William Shatner in a different light.
I'm actually looking forward to next year, assuming things get back to some kind of normality, because I'm going to be meeting Shatner. He's going to be over in Edinburgh doing a special screening of Wrath of Khan. And you can meet him afterwards and get your picture or whatever. So I'm going to do that.
Yeah, Gary met him last year. I think it was at one of the Comic-Cons.
I didn't meet him, but I was in Cannes, Robert Meyer Burnett's film, Free Enterprise, and Robert invited me to a screening, and William Shatner went up on stage before the film started. So that's the only time I've seen him, sadly, on stage. But I haven't shook his hand or anything like that, or spoke to him personally. But that was a thrill for me anyway.
No, I'm looking forward to it. And apparently, dude's almost 90, but apparently he's still sharp as a tack when it comes to
look at it. Do you follow him on Twitter? It's awesome.
Oh God, yeah. He fucking argues with everyone on
Twitter. I
love
that man.
No dispute is too small for Shatner. And I'm like, man, I respect that. The dedication there is incredible.
Well, he's sharper. Actually, he's 80? I'm just checking his age right now. I think he's 89. William Shatner. He is, 89. He will be 90 in March. Wow. He is sharper than a lot of people I know at 60.
Well, yeah, for sure. And, you look at Patrick Stewart, he's about 10 years younger. He looks really old and frail now in a way that Shatner doesn't.
I think Shatner, even at his age, could still pull off Captain Kirk. Patrick Stewart cannot pull off Captain Picard. Actually, another Shatner show. Did anybody remember the short-lived Shit My Dad Says?
No.
No.
He was about, I think, 81 when he did that. It only lasted for one season. He plays this grumpy Republican doctor. The show was terribly written, but it's actually worth it just to watch Shatner, because he just doesn't give a shit. It's awesome. He was 81 when he did that.
I think that's kind of the mentality he's got now. And to be honest, if I was that age and I was that stage in my career, I wouldn't give a shit either. It's you don't really have to worry about getting fired or anything. It's fuck it, I'm old now. I'll just say exactly what I want. Great.
Oh, he just got divorced again. I just noticed that. He's been married multiple times.
Damn, what life he's led.
Yeah.
Jack here says the In Thy Image fan edit of Star Trek V into an episode of Star Trek Phase 2 is absolutely superb.
We should check that out.
Yeah, I'm going to look at that. I think, maybe if you cut 2/3 of it out, you may get something decent out of it. Maybe. Now I'm curious. I'm going to look at that.
Okay. Pod Racing Palpatine here says they cut out the "Don't get smart, Tiny" on Sky. Sulu doesn't interact with the guard at all. Then you see him floor the guy and say, "Don't call me Tiny." So there's no context to it at all. Why would you cut that out? I don't even understand. What's the point of cutting that?
Offensive. They're cutting everything out. This is why you need physical media, folks.
No, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Totally right.
If that's genuinely that's offensive, to small people? I don't get it.
Everything's offensive now.
Anything triggers people these days. It's crazy.
Fuck. That's awful. ActionCom here says, the Enterprise, is it a piece of equipment or a beloved character? And please explain your answer. And what do you think about equipment as characters? No, I think it's a character in its own right. It's a character, and it's like a home to the characters. It's even got that kind of homely feel to it. Like the bridge, the way it's lit, it's almost like cozy looking. It looks lived in. Yeah. You know, it looks like your own living room, like a place you've been for a long time. And like everyone kind of
from the original series. That's why she's called She.
Yeah.
With the inebriated Kirk, but yeah, to him, it's like I said, it's in a non-sexual way, but it's the equivalent of his wife.
Do all starships have Sony Trinitron monitors? Do they all have Sony Trinitron monitors?
Hey man, that was cutting edge. You were. I'm still a Sony fanboy because of the Trinitron. You were cool if you had a Trinitron.
Yeah. Sorry, I just threw that joke in there. Sorry.
No, that's cool.
It's a retro comeback in the 23rd century. The Trinitron.
I guess.
Comeback.
I did want to add as well. Like I know there's a scene on the Excelsior Bridge in this movie, and obviously, you know, it's a short scene, so you're not really expected to put too much attention on it. Mm-hmm. But God, like the bridge of the Excelsior looks like absolute garbage compared to the Enterprise. Like they obviously had nowhere near as much time or budget to like set it up and everything, and it just looks like something out of 1960s Doctor Who.
Well, just look at Star Trek Enterprise, the very thick early 2000s LCD monitors. I guess those come in vogue again in a century.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, they're using CRT in the backgrounds, like especially in Star Trek 4, where they get the new Enterprise and it's meant to look all like sleek and white and new. And yeah, it's all CRT monitors in the background. It's great.
Yeah, when it says "Good morning, Captain," "Oh, Captain," then you have that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the talking ship. I'm like, man, that's terrible. I guess Siri and Alexa have been shut down by then.
Yeah. But no, as in terms of the question, yeah, I think you if you've seen a ship like that for a long period of time and it's been such an integral part of the show, it does become a character in its own right, and then you feel kind of sadness when it gets destroyed. That's the hallmark of good writing.
Yep.
Douglas A. Burton here says, from a storytelling standpoint, I think the climax of the film is when Kirk and company steal the Enterprise. Pretty rare to have that front-loaded. In a way, it kind of is. I still see the confrontation with the bird of prey as like the real climax of it, but it's a great action scene without having much action, if that makes sense. There's big significant things happening, but you don't always need explosions to make it.
Well, it's like I described it. The film is basically layers building on top of layers, and that's why it works.
That's why it's one of the best.
Yeah,
in my opinion, almost the best in my opinion, because it has scenes like that where you're not going pew pew pew. Well, they have scenes that's constructed and very intelligent and has tension and humor. So that scene has tension, humor, all mushed up into one.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Well, I say, I think Star Trek 2 is the best, but Star Trek 3 is my favorite.
Yeah, well, I think Star Trek 3 is the best, but you know, that's just me, right?
Yeah.
You know? Yep. George Orwell here says, the stealing of the Enterprise is the finest moment in Star Trek. On the bridge, no longer rising in Starfleet, they're willing to throw away their careers in a great leap into the unknown for their friend. This is Star Trek. Yes, I agree.
And the Next Generation tried copying this very badly with Insurrection. It's like, really? It's like, we're going to mutiny. Okay, everything's fine. Your movie sucked.
Yeah. They tried to do this with Picard in the movies. In the TV show, he's like this diplomat who's very kind of by the book, and he's very thoughtful and cultured and all the rest of it, and it's great. But you know, in the movies, they're like trying to sell it to a mass audience, so they're like, oh, we need to make him into more of a generic action hero, so he's a bit more of a maverick who disobeys orders and goes rogue, and he plays by his own rules. And it's like, this isn't This isn't the Picard that we've known for the past 5 or 6
No.
years.
Well,
The TV show.
There's three Picards. There's TV series Picard, there's movie Picard, and then there's whatever the hell that was that we
Yeah, there's Picard, Cologne Picard in
Oh
whatever
yeah,
we have
Robot
now.
Picard now. So that would be the fourth Picard.
Robot
Yeah.
Picard now, isn't he?
Yeah. The Picard Apology Tour. I'm so sorry. I tried my best. Oh, fuck off, Picard. Get back to your old folk film. Yeah. Ken Bosak here says, well, Shatner yelled at me on Twitter the other day.
Oh, he's yelled at everybody. I believe he had Doomcock blocked for, I think, like a year.
Yeah, he's probably had to
And
go
they
at me.
became
I've just
friends.
never even known.
Oh, you're blocked?
No, I'm just saying he's probably yelled at me over something and I've not even known about it.
No, you'd probably know because he'd block you. But no, it's and Doomcock apologized to him, and Doomcock raised some money for Shatner's charity, and then he got unblocked. I'm like, see, but that's cool. You can take these things in good spirits. One of the reasons why we love the guy.
Did you see when he fell out with Red Letter Media? Like, because people were trying to like get Shatner to go on and do like a stream with them or whatever, and I think when you looked at their channel, every video that he checked was like the worst possible thing he could have looked at for them. It was like, the goofy kind of skits that they do and stuff. That was all he saw, and he's like, nah, this doesn't look like the thing for me. And they were trying to like say to him, no, that's not what Red Letter Media is all about. it escalated into this huge like argument with him. He just wasn't having it. It's such a shame because I think they would love to have him on.
Oh, they would.
Having him on review or something like that would be great.
I like Shatner. I don't care what anyone says.
And CBS, he's got his new documentary. He was tweeting yesterday, CBS won't sell it on the Star Trek website because they don't call it official. So he was angry about that yesterday because, Star Trek is trying to cancel Shatner.
I think the biggest insult was when they didn't have his face on the poster when we were celebrating how many years of Star Trek. And
then they re-edited it and they put him in the corner.
Yeah,
that was garbage. Yeah, and did they not put like Michael Burnham as like the biggest most central character, like the one that people like the least out of every character ever in Star Trek?
That's what I mean. I don't care anymore. I'm not even going to be watching that show anymore. I think it's great.
I was doing a stream with Midnight's Edge a week ago, I think it was, and they were talking about how Star Trek had done this big fan event recently with Kurtzman, and they were pulling in something like 1,000 live viewers, and we were getting more than that, just like Midnight's Edge streaming. Like we were getting more viewers than they managed to get.
Well, that's how bad it is because you look at the views on all those streams. Like even DS9, nobody wanted to watch. I'm like, good job, Kurtzman. You've killed all Trek, past and present, you jackass.
Yeah. It's like, what? You don't want to watch Will Wheaton interviewing some random fucking extra from Star Trek Discovery? Shock horror.
And it's puzzling. And they're going to give them a season 4. It's like, well, if that's true, that is.
No, it was confirmed by CBS. That's true.
Bollocks. Oh, well.
Yeah.
There goes the neighborhood or Star Trek.
Yeah.
Seriously.
What's the next one here? Kubus says, love your Star Trek discussions. Please do every movie. Looking forward to Star Trek 4 with Anna. Yeah, that should be good fun, actually. I'm going into it. I'll need to rewatch it, but I'm going into it it's not my favorite Star Trek movie, even though I recognize that it's a well-made film. I'm just not that hot on it, so hopefully she can change my mind on that one.
Well, here's the way to go into Star Trek 4. Just go into it looking to have a good time.
Yeah,
it's not incredibly deep, but it actually is a fun movie.
It is. Yeah. I think so.
It's not Star Trek 2 or 3, but I enjoy it. In fact, I'm actually going to watch it after we're done this stream now that I'm thinking about it.
It's going to be worth it for the colorful metaphors.
Yeah.
And Kirk sitting on a bus while a guy's listening to heavy metal.
I was on a stream with him on it, actually, a couple of months ago. I was in the stream. The guy's name is Kirk, and he actually wrote that song that he plays out boombox. Yeah, he was on the stream with us.
That's legendary.
Yeah, I think he produced Star Trek, that Star Trek film as well. He was Leonard Nimoy's assistant. So there you go. So, and he's a really nice guy. Yeah. So,
yeah, because he was just like, he was a total pinhead in that. Like, he had the mohawk and everything. And he got the Vulcan neck pinch. Oh man, that's cool, man. What's the next one? Kubus also says, one thing, I think Klingons would have killed David even without Kirk showing up. It wasn't Kirk's fault, but I'm glad he witnessed it. I mean, he was the one who knew the secret to Genesis, so you'd think they would have enough common sense to think we should keep this guy alive and we can always torture him for information or whatever. Because they were going to execute Saavik, and David stepped in to save her.
That was a huge shock to me when I first saw that film, when I killed David. I seriously, I'm not even exaggerating here. I did not. My mouth was open for like a minute.
Well, you don't expect it, and it's the way it's shot. And like we were saying earlier, there's no music. It's not over dramatized. It's just like the shock factor. Like, holy crap, what did I just see? Which is why it works.
Yeah, that's what I think as well.
It's good. Yeah, it's a short, kind of violent, brutal death, and it fits with the tone of the movie really well. Michael Plowman says, "Don't have 10 hours to discuss a topic. EFAP challenge accepted." Yeah. I think I'm going to be on EFAP on Saturday. Actually, they're going to do some Empire Strikes Back stuff.
Bloody hell, you get along, don't you? Get around, don't you?
Yeah, it's a busy week for streaming for me, because I did one with Az last night. Actually, we were playing Modern Warfare together and just getting the shit kicked out of us, but it was great fun.
I love Az. Az is funny, man. That guy's funny.
But yeah, like with EFAP and anything like that, really, like if I get to like 2 or 3 in the morning and I've been streaming for like 6 hours, there just comes a point where I'm like, I'm not going to be able to contribute much at this point. You know, my brain just gets to that wall where I'm just like, nah, I need to stop now. So I always feel like I always have to jump out before we get to the end of EFAP because it goes on for about 10 hours, as they were saying.
Does Az ever sleep, that guy?
Az? I don't know.
Occasionally.
Simon Butterfield here says, USS Texas, 100+ years later, still in service. We were talking about the age of the Enterprise there.
Oh, yeah.
The Texas is a dreadnought, as I recall, from World War I, and it's still technically in service with the US Navy, even though it doesn't actually go anymore. But it's still pretty cool.
It's a museum ship, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe in the 25th century, when there's something about those ships that you have to decommission them after 20 years. You know, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe so.
Well, yeah, if it was the other quibble, it wasn't 20 years old, but it's about 45 years old, but still no time. It's one of them holes that we just ignore. It's like, it's a throwaway line, kind of, but it's like, you know, in Doctor Who, when John Pertwee says he's thousands of years old, we just like, yeah, whatever. Of course, it's a whole other story, but it's like, you know, especially with these movies and with any long franchises, there's always going to be some minor inconsistency that you just kind of have to go with.
Yeah. I kind of imagine that starships would last longer than any sort of conventional ships that we have on Earth, because, like, you know, they're not going to rust. Like, if they're in space, they're not going to be subjected to weather, erosion, or anything like that. So, yeah.
You know, talking about ships, you were talking with Gary, because I listened to your stream, about the in Star Trek 2. Is it the Reliant?
Yeah.
The Reliant that Khan was in. You know why it's designed that way, don't you? Because they made the mistake and they built it upside down.
Yep. And then they said, oh, well, it actually works.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, it looks cooler that way. Just run with it. I like that.
Yeah,
and it's a cool design. I really like that Miranda class starship. Like, it's very kind of almost stealthy looking.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It looks like an actual battleship.
I used to have that model till my brother broke it. Brothers, eh? Bloody hell.
Assholes, every one of them.
Yeah.
PSX Hacker says, Hail Drinker, original or TNG? Also off topic regarding your Boys Season 2 review, I think despite its nods to woke culture, it also satirizes woke pandering. What do you think? Keep up the great work. Yeah, I absolutely agree. It does take shots at woke culture. It takes shots at diversity quotas and focus groups and stuff that influence big corporations. There's jokes about that all through it, like where they want to pick superheroes for the Seven just based on how diverse they are, all that sort of thing. So it definitely takes aim at both sides. But I think at a certain point it starts to pander more to one side of the discussion. And I guess that was my issue with it. It's not as sleek and smart as season 1 was. It's a bit more clunky. It's a little bit more obvious. And yeah, just not quite as smart, I wouldn't say.
I still need to watch that show. It's been on my watch list for like 2 years. I've committed myself to watching it by the end of the year.
It's a good show. Season 1's
everybody keeps telling me that. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna make myself.
I never read the comic, but
no,
it's season 1 I loved.
I saw the cast.
Okay.
Actually, no. When I met Peter Capaldi at the fan expo in Toronto about a year and a half ago. No, they had on one side they had the Goonies. I actually felt sorry for the kid that played Dad or whatever his name is because nobody lined up to see him. But on the other side they had the cast of The Boys, and I shared a nod with Carl Urban. So
cool.
Yeah, I owe them.
Wow.
To watch it.
You're honored there. He's excellent, and Anthony Starr as Homelander in The Boys, he just does an incredible job.
Great actor.
That character, genuinely, you just can't take your eyes off him whenever he's on screen because you're just waiting for him to do the next absolutely horrific thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, if the other question was original or TNG, I'd probably go original. If you're talking about the crews and stuff and the characters, yeah, I prefer them.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Douglas A. Burton here says, did you all know that Leonard Nimoy came up with the bird of prey? He had an idea to design the ship after a predatory bird with adjustable wings.
He did?
Yes. Yeah, I had heard that.
Apparently, he did.
Yeah.
Because, all you saw before that was Klingon battle cruisers, didn't you? And they were just bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Mark C. says, the scientific Klingon, Maltz, was played by Night Court's John Larroquette.
Oh, God, that's right. I completely forgot about that.
Maltz is the only one that survives, isn't he?
Yes.
Maybe, but he doesn't deserve to live, finally.
Yeah, I do not deserve to live. Fine, I'll kill you later.
Yeah. And then later he's like, you said you would kill me. And like, I lied.
Such a great movie. In my opinion, of course. I will say.
Edax here says, even making planets is extremely serious. The Federation could increase its size 10,000-fold within its own territory. The Klingons are right to act. I mean, it's an interesting one, really. Like, you don't really know how this would change the balance of power in the galaxy. Would the Federation use it as a weapon? Would they use it to increase their own population or their own power? I don't know. I think they saw it as just a purely scientific tool.
Yeah, it would increase population. It would just increase planets. So you'd still have to have the population to inhabit these planets.
Yeah. You increase the resources available to you, presumably, because you could mine these planets and all the rest of it. So, yeah, there's that. I don't know if they're right to come in and try and steal it and kill people for it, but it plays into this thing, and it's what I was saying to Bowlestrek earlier. Already it's laying the groundwork for undiscovered country in this movie, where there's references to like the Klingon emissaries are starting to negotiate a peace treaty. Krug feels like he has to act to preserve the Klingon race because he feels like it's under threat. So there's already that suggestion that the Klingon Empire is maybe starting to crumble a little bit, and they're under threat. So great little bit of forward planning if that's what they were trying to do.
Blew up half their planet, didn't they? Praxis. So
and foreshadowing the collapse of the USSR, and this was 2 years before Chernobyl.
Do you know the Star Trek 6? The line I cannot get out of my head is, "Are you kidding?" Out of all those lines in that film, is that
From
line
Sulu.
from Sulu? Yeah, from Sulu. It's the only line that always sticks in my head.
It is a dumb question he gets asked, though, isn't it? 'Cause, like, a fucking planet's just exploding. It's like, should we call this in? He's like, are you kidding?
It's a great line, though. When you look at it, it's such a great line, and also the way he just says it as well. Like, "Are you a fucking idiot?" That's what he's really saying, isn't it? Really great line. Sorry.
This next question follows on from what we were saying there. Jeremy Menning, Genesis equals interstellar hegemony. So, yeah, whoever controls it, potentially then they've got this ultimate weapon. It's weird because it never really gets used or mentioned again ever in Star Trek. So I guess they just wanted to forget about it. It was considered a failure movie.
They Star Trek discovered it. It's classified, and anybody who talks about it
together with Burnham.
Yeah. Pod Racing Palpatine. I recall the cinema cut having a Vulcan child in the ceremony at the end. Never seen that scene since. She's even in the end credits to this day. Oh, okay. I never saw any children in the ceremony. It was just priestesses and stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, if it's the original theatrical cut, then.
Well, it might be the TV version, because remember in the old days they used to stick stuff that wasn't in the theatrical release in the TV show. So you never know.
I might have to look at that. I actually have an off-air theatrical recording from, I think, 1988. May have to look at that.
I've got the 3-hour version of Superman the movie, which was the TV version, which has all the bits you've never seen before. And it's pretty good, tell you the truth. It's long, but all these new bits in there, you're like, what? Where did that come from? Stuff like that. So I don't know if you guys have seen it.
It's always funny when you get these different versions, you know. Yeah. When I was a kid, like the TV version would always be edited down, and they would remove a lot of the violent scenes from any film, really. Yeah. And so when you eventually got it, say on cable or something like that, or you got the DVD of it, and then you saw these extra bits that you'd never seen before, it was like, oh, holy shit, I'm getting a whole different viewing experience here.
Yeah, I mean, in Superman the movie, remember the bit where he saves Jimmy Olsen from the dam? Yeah. When he saves him, he flies him up and he says, "Take your pictures." And Jimmy Olsen takes pictures while he's in Superman's hand, and then he flies him off, and then connects to the scene that you see in the theatrical release. And I was like, wow, they dropped that bit out. That was quite nice. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
chance to see it, see the 3-hour version, you should watch it, because there's tons of bits that wasn't in the theatrical release at all. So, and that's just one of them. So
yeah. Well, that's
instead
interesting.
of Stricker recommends, it's the Mega Geek recommends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the next one here? ActionCom here says the Klingons stopped using battle cruisers after this film. From now on, the Klingon fleet consisted of scout ships with a few men inside. You do see a battle cruiser in Undiscovered Country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they did still have them. I guess Birds of Prey are just easier to produce.
They look cooler.
Yeah. The PSX hacker says, hail yet again, a contribution with a recommendation. If you love Star Trek lore, you have to listen to Spock versus Q and its sequel, Good Geeky Laughter.
Ooh.
Never heard it. Mark C here says, to Bowlestrek, you mentioned hearing Doohan do voices. He did most of the additional voices on Star Trek, the animated series.
Yes, he did. Actually, he did some of them on the original series as well. He really was a voice artist. So, like I was saying earlier, actually, and have you ever heard the old Simon and Schuster Star Trek abridged audiobooks from the 80s and 90s?
No. Not me, no.
No, they're worth checking out. A lot of the early ones were narrated by Doohan, and it's amazing just how many different voices that guy could do.
He invented Klingon, essentially, didn't he? For motion picture.
Yep. Actually, I don't know. I think some of those might be available on Spotify, actually.
Mm. The thing is, though, a lot of them they do things that you never knew that they can do. Like, as I said, like him, he could do loads of different voices, and I'd never thought that about him. All I see him as a Scotty. Do Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's weird. It's like, Luke Skywalker could be in the Joker. I mean, I didn't know that until I think 5 years ago. Yeah. Crazy, right?
Yeah, it's weird little things that they've got, in the wheelhouse. What's the next one? MK Jurgis. Please shout out to my brother Andrew Sorley. He convinced me that this movie is not as bad as I thought it was. Cheers, guys. Nice one. And well done, Andrew, for convincing him, because this is a good movie. Athronzawa says, love these streams. Here, have some cash that didn't go to CBS All Access. Thank you. Just put it anywhere apart from CBS All Access.
Great one.
Cheers, man. David Steele, love all the original Trek nostalgia. For the record, only the first movie sucked. Don't count the TNG movies. I'd be interested to revisit the first movie just to see what I think of it now. It's been years since I've seen it. But yeah, TNG movies, they're fine as, like, I guess, sci-fi action, but they're not very Star Trek-y.
They're killed off Kirk anyway. I never forgive them for that.
No, likewise. Kubus says, how about a lengthy discussion about Logan? It also fits the same criteria. Older broken hero we know for a long time. Fantastic story, low budget. Absolutely. Love that movie.
So did I.
Be happy to talk about that anytime. Don Grossman, Red Letter Media talk TNG and Drinker talk Star Trek 3. Thanks for washing the taste of Discovery out of my mouth. And don't call me tiny.
Great stuff.
Yeah. Kubus says, in the newest RLM Star Trek discussion, Mike pointed out that Star Trek created drama and higher stakes with the 4 acts because of ads system. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. That's I didn't really think about that, to be honest. I'm not used to it anymore. Ads.
Yeah, we've been spoiled.
Yeah. Okay, Native. Search for Spock is one of the few movies better than Quigley Down Under. Fuck, man. This dude's like follows me on Twitter all the time. Just everything I mention, he's like, "Well, it's not as good as Quigley Down Under." I need to watch this fucking movie.
I actually liked Quigley Down Under. I thought it was quite fun.
I don't know anything about it.
Don't you? It stars the guy from Magnum. He's in it.
What, Selleck? Tom Selleck?
Yeah, Tom Selleck is in it. He's the star, and he's an American that goes to Australia. It's a Western, so he goes to Australia because he's not making any money, and he makes money there or whatever, and he gets into adventure. So there you go, Quigley Down Under. I liked it. I watched it a long time ago. I thought it was all right.
Well, this dude really likes it.
Liked it.
And really wants me to watch it. Miso Trash says, what about Tom Paris and Harry Kim? Whoa.
What about
I don't know. It's probably a reference to something we were talking about way earlier. Damn. I hate when these things come in that are really specific to one particular point in the stream. And then I'm like, fuck, what were we talking about back then? Sorry. Mike Waterfield. I served on carriers. Midshipmen have no command authority, and certainly not the ones facing expulsion from the academy. Yeah. Oh yeah.
You have little plot holes, and then you got that.
Yeah. Scottish nerd here says, "You wanted adventure? Well, here it is. Now get in the closet." A badassery from Uhura there.
She did look hot in that scene, though, I've got to admit.
She really did, yeah. She handles that phaser well.
And also, she had a little split in her skirt as well. I don't know if you noticed that. Maybe that's just a horrible person in me looking down there, but just really, really looked nice in that scene. Totally.
There's something weird, right, about Nichelle Nichols, because she looks really good in the first couple of Star Trek movies and really good in this one. And then it's like she gets to Star Trek 5 and it's like she aged 20 years. It's really odd, but she just looks way older. And it's only a couple of years later. Yeah,
maybe she put on a bit of weight. I think that's what it was in the fourth one. It looks like she put on a bit of weight.
Yeah. There we go. Night King says, since the new Trek shows have come out, where does Enterprise rank amongst the shows now? Good question.
I actually like the last 2 seasons of Enterprise. So I think
I didn't mind
it's gotten better over time. The first 2 seasons are god awful, but sheer genius compared to what we're getting now. But no, season 3 and 4 are pretty. I prefer, with taking into account those seasons, I prefer Enterprise over Voyager. But I've never been much of a Voyager fan anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say I would probably rank it around the Voyager level.
Yeah,
Isn't Enterprise one of the first Treks to actually be shot on digital? Because I think season 1 and 2 was shot on film.
Or actually, season 1, 2, and 3 were shot on film. Season 4 of Enterprise was shot on HD digital.
Okay.
But it wasn't the first show. It was one of the first. I can't remember what was the first show. But I know it wasn't Star Trek. It was one of the first.
Yeah, but in Star Trek history, it was the first show to be shot on digital.
Star Trek history.
Yeah.
There's a really good one here, actually, from Stretchy Hulk. This is something I was going to ask myself. Did they ever actually explain how Spock goes from an adult in the coffin back to a child who then ages back to adult Spock?
No.
Really good question. I don't understand how that functioned in the context of the movie, because when Savick and David find Spock in the desert and it's like snowing, he is a child. So it's almost like he got resurrected from the coffin as like a child or even a little baby or whatever. Like he was reborn.
He was connected to the planet, wasn't he? So
yeah. So I can get that he was aging rapidly and stuff, and I assume they just put that in because they wanted that effect of Spock starting out as a child and then in the course of a day turning into like a middle-aged man, aging along with the planet. But yeah, I have no idea how that would have functioned in a real sense in the story.
Well, the big
regeneration thing or something.
Yeah, maybe. The biggest question is, how did Captain Kirk get his jacket back for the end scene? Because
I think he picked it up. I think he's that concerned about his wardrobe, but he's like, yeah, I'm not leaving this fucking jacket behind. I like this
Holy
one.
crap, I never noticed that.
I did. That's how much I like.
Because he takes it off to fight.
No, he takes it off to put it over his son's, when he finds his son dead. Remember, he takes it off.
Yes.
And then when he beams up, he doesn't
just
have
ruined
it.
that for me.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. But,
I can't believe I've never noticed that. God damn it.
He was obviously. He's like, well, David doesn't need it. I'm going to have that thing back.
Yeah. There you go.
I liked Kirk's leather jacket that he wears with the high collar. That's pretty cool.
But the worst costume is definitely Chekhov's pink, whatever the fuck that was. It really
is. He looks like a fucking doll or something. It's really weird. Everyone else looks kind of semi-cool, and he's got that. And he's just stood there like an absolute doofus as well.
Yeah.
Man, 80s fashion. Douglas A. Burton here says, do you think Spock and Savick ever talked about the Genesis incident again afterwards? Things would get weird in an elevator together. Yeah. Remember when we fingered each other?
Yeah. Literally.
Rhett One here says, Hail Drinker and Bowlestrek, a great subject, a reminder of what great Star Trek was. Yeah, it was.
Tell me about it.
Mark C. If my math is correct, Spock and Savick would have pon-farred 5 or 6 times. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we brought that up. Well,
that's true.
No wonder she was sleeping by the morning. She had a busy night.
Well, she's probably trying to figure out why that Klingon was in the tree. Probably that's probably what she's trying to figure out.
I'm honestly, I want to go and watch it now so I can see that.
Go for it, mate.
Southeastern Kaiju says, sorry I got here late. Well, that's just not good enough, Southeastern Kaiju. We expected you here from the beginning, and it wasn't quite the same without you. But seriously, though, thanks for the donation. Weston Hecker says, buy some Buckfast. I love your content, man. Man, you've given me $50. I can buy like an entire truck full of Buckfast for that. It's the devil's piss. Evan Remillard, the Enterprise in this film had more of a character than anyone in New Trek. Cheers from Texas, Drinker. Yeah, you're absolutely right. An inanimate ship. God, what has Star Trek become? John Ochiltree, would you ever do a stream on the motion picture? I think it's the best Trek film, and I'm willing to die on that hill. I would do a stream on it. I think it would be an interesting one to analyze. It's just, I think the actual summary of the plot would be really quick because not a huge amount happens in it. Like 50% of this movie is special effects shots.
Yeah.
Somebody do a cut down version. There must be some available. Then that might be worth it. You cut out all the crap and the somewhat dated effects, that maybe it's worth a reevaluation.
You've got to take your hat off to them because they didn't try to copy Star Wars. Every science fiction that came out around about that time tried to copy Star Wars, and they tried to be their own thing. So, you got to.
They went a little too far in
that
direction. Because Star Trek had always been the thinking man's show, but the motion picture was a little too the thinking man's show. But I think, it's also too long.
Yes.
Cut out maybe half an hour. And
that's true.
It would be a better movie.
I just imagine people in the cinema watching that just being bored. It's like, oh Christ, this is going on forever. Like I just want to get to the end, and the actual story isn't meaty enough and interesting enough to really keep you that invested.
True.
So I think that's some of the problems I can just think of with it.
It was patterned off of 2 original series episodes, the Doomsday Machine and the Changeling, both of which did it much better.
Yeah.
Voyager.
I would definitely be interested in looking at it again, though, so I'll keep it in mind. Mark C. says, once Spock is whole and walks in front of the crew, you'll notice that Saavik looks away at first, almost with shame or fear or both concerning what they had shared. I'd never noticed that, to be honest.
Yeah, no, she does. Pon fire, mate. Tell you, that'll do it all the time.
Yeah, too much of that. Too much pon fire will make you go blind. Ex-medicated child here says, Drinker, congratulations on the shout out from Gavin McGuinness, Proud Boys founder and hilarious contrarian. P.S. Stop the drunk accent for your vids. You're better off without it. I love ya. Thank you. I like getting drunk for when I do my vids. It gets me in the mood.
Yeah. And that would be like me not yelling in videos.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just what I do.
I disagree. I think you should carry on, Drinker.
Yeah. Gossip Mime here says, like Nimoy, what if Hamill directed Force Awakens? Oh my God. What would you have gotten? I mean,
probably something better than what we had.
If he had directed Last Jedi, I would have paid him money to do that.
Yeah.
I think there's just a few more, actually. Where have we got here? Sorry, I had to refresh there, so I'm just trying to catch up with myself. Oh yeah, here we are.
Go on, sorry, go ahead.
No, on you go. I'll wait.
No, I was about to crack a joke saying, meanwhile, while you're doing that, me and Bowlestrek will do some pom fire. I was about to say that. but
then if we have a meet up, you can just look away from each other uncomfortably.
Absolutely.
Like, oh no, we've shared this. Kubis here says, before movies were a work of art, creativity, and love, today movies are created from a checklist, no emotions, only numbers. 100% agree. Yeah, totally. Especially the big budget ones. And I think people see through it ultimately, and even if they don't understand what's going on or why things have been done a certain way, they just recognize that they don't connect with it emotionally, and so they're not interested. Stephen Otten, I don't remember any of the Pon farce scenes at all. I'll wait for the NC-17 director's cut. Yes, we're all waiting for that. Tell you, they should have had a proper sex scene in there. Could have been awesome. Trinoculus P, listening to your content is a real joy. Something about listening to a Scott tell a story. Thank you. Maverick Christian, Christopher Lloyd did an amazing job when you contrast how well he played the Klingon character and how well he played Doc Brown. I liked him in this. I really did. I think he's got that ability to just flip. There's scenes where Krug just like loses his shit with people. Like he vaporizes a guy, he points his gun at another crew member. I think there's a really good bit where they're about to board the Enterprise, and he's like, form a boarding party, go over there and take control of the ship. And his first officers tries to protest, and he's like, look, they're going to outnumber us, and he's like, we are Klingons, and just loses his shit there.
Did you know that Christopher Lloyd didn't understand the Star Trek thing, so he didn't understand the comms. So when he was shouting, "Bring me up," he was literally shouting at the sky. And the director and Nimoy, you had to say to him, "You have to talk into the little box, mate. You have to talk into the little box." That's actually happened on set.
So he was shouting like he could shout into space, and they would hear him up.
He thought that he could shout the ship in space, and then they could hear him. And then he was trying to explain to him, "No, you got this thing in your hand. You're supposed to be talking in there." So there you go. There you go.
That's amazing. Yeah. Gianni Greco here says, "Drinker, you razor-sharp symphony of seduction. Would you ever give a forenotice of these discussions? I always find myself stopping midway to go watch whatever movie is the topic, and then race back." Sorry. I should probably put more stuff up on Twitter or whatever before I do it. I just tend to slap it all together at the last minute and then just go. In this case tonight, I was watching the actual movie before I set everything up, so...
Nothing good ever came from Twitter anyway, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but you're always drunk anyway, so you probably,
I know, like, honestly, if I could even just get through a stream and have everything work and the whole thing doesn't break down, then I consider that a win.
Actually, dude, I'm going to knock on wood.
Yeah, you really should.
No, I think this is the first time I've streamed with you without something exploding. The first time there was a delay of like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think the second time you couldn't hear me for the first 45 minutes. And I can't.
Yeah, no, the audience couldn't hear you. I could hear everything you were saying, but they couldn't for some reason. That was OBS pulling its usual bullshit, and the audio things were all wrong.
Yep. So so far so good. Nothing blew up.
Because I'm here.
Don't jinx us, yeah. Cameron W. here says, problem with Star Trek 3. Start of the film, Sarek says, "Kirk, you idiot, you didn't save Spock's Katra," like it's normal. End of the film, Judith Anderson says, "This is dangerous. It hasn't been done for thousands of years."
But a lot of people forget that Vulcans, they do have emotion. They just suppress it. And somebody said, "Oh, why is Spock's dad all choked up about his son?"
They have emotions. They just suppress it because savage people.
Yeah, they think that Vulcans don't have any emotions at all. They don't. They do have emotions. They just control it very well.
Yeah. Because they used to be a very savage race, so they had to do that or die.
Yeah.
It is easy to lose sight of that because when he shows up in Kirk's apartment and he's just tearing him a new one, I was like, wow, this just seems really uncharacteristic. But yeah, it's because he is feeling the emotions. He's just not suppressing them as well as he usually could. Yeah.
He does say it very well at the ending now. He says, "My logic is unclear when it comes to my son." So that says it all, really. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly, yeah. Nick B here says, "Drinker, would you review Dead Calm for Halloween? It's Sam Neill, your favorite. Does a lot with very little." Dead Calm is not so much of a Halloween movie, or it's not a horror film, it's a thriller. It's like a couple on a boat with Billy Zane, I think, who kind of takes over and strands Sam Neill. It's a good film, actually. It's Nicole Kidman who's in it as well. So 3 good actors give good performances, and it's, I enjoyed it.
When she was a redhead.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me that it's a good film. I'm sure like Billy Zane gets a fucking flare gun shot through his head at the end. It's great.
It does, yeah.
Me So Trashed says, "Good stream. I'm going away now. So will we be soon." So thank you. Thunderhead, thoughts on the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? Shite.
Oh, God. Well, it ended Sean Connery's career, so because he refused to ever make another movie again.
That's right.
So, he passed on Lord of the Rings because he didn't understand it. He passed on
the
Matrix because he didn't understand it, and eventually this came up, and he was like, "Oh fuck it, I can't keep passing on things. I'll do this instead." And it was like probably the worst decision of his career.
Yep.
Not a good one.
Junior.
Yeah. Junior.
Sorry. Junior.
This is an act of lunacy. Stephen Otton, for Kirk's sake, Drinker, watch Quigley Down Under. Yeah. This is a different guy as well. It's just like, fucking just watch it so we don't have to keep hearing about it. Thunderhead, I think this is the last super chat, actually.
No, you just got another one.
Oh, this always happens. The original Jabba in Star Wars was a Scottish guy. In later versions, they put an alien CGI overlay, but they kept the audio the same. Yes, they did have a guy standing in for Jabba in like the sort of deleted scene, and then they did the weird George Lucas like fucking tacked on bits remakes in the late 90s, and then they CGI'd Jabba in, and it was just pointless.
Yeah, it was.
Didn't feel like they needed that. And it was really awkward CGI as well, because they had to make Han Solo like bob up in the air when he walked over his tail, and it was just really clunky.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably not much point. Let's see if I can bring up this last one.
Oh no, you got two more.
I see. This is what they do. They kind of trap me here. I'm just going to keep sending you super chats so you can't leave. Right, here we go. Yeah, Scubus. Sarek didn't know that Spock was resurrected. The mission was to bring the Catra back home to archive it or whatever. The host usually stays dead. Spock came back so the Catra could be put back. Yes, but okay, that is true. He did want the body retrieved from the Genesis planet so it could be brought back to Vulcan, and then they could be laid to rest properly. Yeah. And it was only when they brought back a living version of Spock where he's like, oh, we should do this like rejuvenation thing that we've never done in 1,000 years or whatever. So yeah, it was like an on-the-fly change of plan for him.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. And it kind of clears up that little plot hole from earlier that we were talking about. Stephen Otten, my favorite deleted scene in Superman was the bit where young Lois is on the train that Clark outruns. She spots him, but no one believes her.
That's right. Yeah, that's in the TV version as well. Yeah, that's in the TV version.
Okay, Native, with the compensation package they offered Connery for Lord of the Rings, he could have bought Scotland from the Brits. Yes, because he was going to get back-end profits off it. He was going to get a percentage of that, and from Lord of the Rings that would have been enormous.
Yeah.
And he turned it down because he was like, I don't understand this push. And that was probably a bad decision on his part. But that is actually the last super chat, so we made it to the end, gentlemen.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, cool.
Watching. Okay.
And I think what we concluded from all of these, like, I think 4 hours of discussion is that Star Trek 3 is a pretty good movie.
It's brilliant.
It is amazing.
Yeah,
I love this film, and talking about it again has made me realize how much I love it. I'm going to do a double bill now of Star Trek 3 and Star Trek 4.
Well, I think me and Drinker are going to go to bed. That's what we're going to do now.
It's like 1 in the morning here.
Oh, yeah. Damn. It's only 8:13 here. The night's still young.
Yeah. That's the joys of streaming from the UK, because most of the people we stream with are Americans. So, yeah, we're usually up till stupid o'clock doing this stuff.
Whereas he streams with Gary, and Gary is 3 hours off from me.
Yeah, this is going to be the same problem I have with Anna, because I'm pretty sure she's on the West Coast, so she'll be 8 hours behind me. So
you not notice, Drinker, that they never take our time. They never do it on our time. It's always we have to do it on their time. Do you know what I mean?
Actually, no, I have done that. When I do Doctor Who videos, I try and have it out by 3 p.m. my time, so it'll be out by 8 p.m. your time. I don't always make it, but I try to.
But you're Canadian. I'm talking about the Americans.
Well,
Gary,
okay. North America, same time. I'm the same time zone as New York City, so we're all in the same. Yeah. I get it. So yes, Canadian. Yay.
With my videos, like by the time I get them done, I almost don't care what time of day it is. I'm just going to punt it out because I'm just like, oh, okay, I don't want to see you again. Just go.
Yeah.
Go onto YouTube so people can watch you. But yeah, it's I should get better with my timings, I suppose. But honestly, yeah, guys, I just want to say a big thank you to you for joining me for this Mega Geek. Like this is the first time this is the first time we've streamed together, but it's been great to have you on. We've had some good chat, and it's always good to have a fellow Brit on.
Yeah, you know it.
And Bowlestrek. Yep, it's honestly, man, it's been ages since we've had a chance to stream together, but it's been great to have you back. I appreciate you taking the time out to do this.
Awesome. Well, thanks, my friend. Yeah, this was awesome. We were saying at the beginning Yeah, the last time Drinker and I streamed together was back when society was normal. So yeah, we'll do this again sometime.
We were so young and optimistic back then.
Yeah,
2020 is going to be a great year.
It was February. It was a different time. It was a different era. Things were better back then.
Yeah, we weren't locked down and everyone wasn't terrified of everything. It was great, you know. But yeah, it was nice to like reminisce about this and you know, and cover a movie that we enjoyed. So I appreciate you all, and to everyone who's watching in chat, you know, thanks for the awesome chat. Thanks for putting up with us. Thanks for all the super chats and your generosity. It's much appreciated, and I hope you enjoyed what we did this evening.
I did.
It was awesome.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
No problem at all. All right. Well, we were going to say goodbye, so that is all we've got, and we're going to go away now.
Go away now.